queens. Oh, but this time he's going to move all in.
Alonso with the short stack, and he's all in.
5-4-4. Maybe he just knew the 10s were going to hold this time, and the 8 queens would not.
Well, let's see if he's right.
Running 4s will also win it for Alonso.
That's the cool way to win it. Bang.
Yeah. Alonso now drawing dead, and he will be our first elimination. Out in 9th place. Grane, after winning a hand with 5-4, picks up 2 blackjacks.
What a hand this is. 6-handed. Extremely powerful.
Yeah, Lechner might have thought about a 3-bet there if he was deeper, but
I think Lechner might want to just calm. Oh dear, this is brutal.
amazing for Maru.
Yeah, you say brutal.
Yeah.
Maru's getting there. Brutal for who? Brutal, not brutal for me.
I mean,
thank you very much.
Jackson the cutoff, and you're not.
It's 6-handed. This is just, come on.
It's a cooler.
Yeah, absolute cooler.
Not over yet, guys.
Listen, you know what? When Rambo was in the forest and all those marshals were around him, we thought it was over. They thought it was over then, but it wasn't, okay? Rambo finds a way out.
What did he do with his pocket jacks, Rambo?
Flop a jack? No?
I still have faith. Rambo gets out.
I like the queens.
Rambo gets out.
I'm going to take the underdog. I think the queens are going to win.
No flush.
Rambo versus the world. Oh, it's Rambo! It's Rambo!
Watch this.
It's Rambo!
He's not Rambo.
He's Rambo!
That is so sick. It really doesn't get. This game doesn't really get more brutal than this.
I had all the faith in the world that Rambo was going to pull it out. If any of you have watched First Blood,
I feel
you
horrible.
knew Rambo was going to win that one.
So this is how quickly things can change. Lechner got down to about 15, 16 big blinds. He's back up to 29 with some successful shoves. Shove over your opening raise is a very, very good way to accumulate chips.
He's done a real... Oh, we could get a race here, though.
Hiya.
This could be it. This could be it. This could be a moment. I mean, it actually should be. I think you have to call this with sevens, simply because Bertolli can shove the small pairs. He can shove small pairs. You're actually dominating him. You know, you don't love flipping, but I think to your point from earlier, you can't control every situation. You have to be willing to gamble a little bit, and that's the case here.
He has to call. He does call. We're going
He
to
makes the
race.
call.
We're going to race for Bertolli's tournament life.
Yep.
Big pot for both players. Over 2 million in it.
We've got the qualifier versus the olive oil tycoon.
Bertolli, if he gets chips, he's dangerous. Won a big tournament recently in Uruguay, but he could be out if he can't improve here.
The dealer's about to give the flop. It's exciting. And here it is. 10-6-4, 2 clubs out there. Nothing so far.
Yeah, nothing going
for
on.
Bertolli's ace or queen.
Oh, look at that. Felt level camera. Down to just 5 outs.
And you can see him in the top right corner of your screen. An ace or a queen. It's the jack of hearts. Saw some paint there, but it's the wrong paint for Bertolli and the right paint for Lechner. And Bertolli is out. Grane is in trouble here.
Oh, wow. Rambo is in trouble.
Yep.
Does Rambo get out of this?
Does Rambo get out of this one? Larilla is he's a tough customer. Really good post-flop, so this is where he excels.
I see. Rambo needs some ammo, says Fun Times. He's absolutely right.
Does the grenader have one more grenade in his pocket?
If he doesn't, we're playing heads-up poker. Oh, wow.
It's not a good
Almost
start.
over. Running cards required.
Yeah, even Rambo might struggle to get out of this one. Help on the turn. Oh, wait a second.
There's always a
Wait a
sweat.
second.
There's always a sweat.
Rambo, in his last dying effort, can he find the jack? He cannot.
Rambo has entertained us. That's not his real name, Grenier is his real name. He's our last Spanish player, our longest Spanish player standing. Kings is a good hand.
That's a good hand. Leschner's got a pretty good hand, too. I mean, there is a world. There are aggressive poker players out there that would move all in here with 9-8 suited. Oh,
he did.
wow.
Oh, snap. He hasn't really been doing that, and he's run into a monster, and this tournament could be over.
Oh, that's incredibly unlucky for Leschner. I mean,
That's incredibly unlucky.
I love the play.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
23 big, shoving
There's
with
nothing
9-8
wrong
suited.
with it. Just don't do it when he's got kings.
Yeah, just
it's just bad luck.
Really bad luck. And this, we could be 5 cards away from the end.
Let's see if it holds
It's
up.
not over yet. Oh, what a flop.
There's always a sweat. How is this possible?
Always a sweat. By the way, if you see the flop, the funny thing is if he just calls.
It goes in. Yeah.
Well, no, I think he might even win it with the ace out there.
Maybe.
Oh, 33% of the time, he will hit a spade. Oh, now. It can't be the 5 of spades. Now it can't be the 5 of spades. Lorilla with a set of kings. Is this it?
Leschner Army praying for one of the 7 outs.
The river. It's the 10 of clubs and a full house ends it. A battle to the end.
Today is the first day of the main event of the World Series of Poker.
I feel focused, I feel great.
I'm not nervous.
I'll do the cold plunge before my workout.
Which way to my table?
I feel good. I had a great meal.
I'm just trying to soak it all in, you know, and enjoy it.
Maybe over there?
Hey guys, we are already in the room. So there's nobody here at the moment, but this is gonna be full in like 20 minutes.
Let's see. Yes, horseshoe silver. That way. That way. Table 625. When the day actually came and I was walking towards the main event, I had to look for my table for quite a while because it is so huge. It was so many people. When I sat down, I was pretty nervous, but also really excited at the same time. Let's go, this is for all the marbles.
I think it's just the allure of the main event. It's the hype around it. It's how publicized it is. Anxious is a good way to describe it. I mean, I've done this for 15 years, but this is a different animal. My initial table wasn't that friendly. Hoodies, sunglasses, professionals, no talking, no smiling. I was hopeful that that wasn't going to be the vibe the whole time.
I've been playing the main event for, I think this is my 4th or 5th time. At the beginning I would be very nervous, and also when I would bust I would be very upset. Now with a better mindset and more experience, it's just my job. I play tournaments for a living, so I'm just showing up to this one, business as usual.
Well, I played the main event before, but because I did so well in the previous times I played it, I was a bit pressure, like I really want to make it better than the other days, but you just play and try to play your hand the best way possible and be focused and try to make it.
I feel ready, excited about this. Hopefully I make good decisions, hopefully I run good, and whatever happens, happens.
Poker players, poker fans, welcome to the main event. How's everyone doing? I wish you all the good fortune that I've had, all the run good that I've had, all the luck that I've had. So everyone, shuffle up and deal.
My table draw was difficult, especially for day 1. I had many good players, I think only 2 recreational players. On my left, I had Nick Schulman, and he's a great player. Yeah, it was a very unlucky draw.
I sit down, and they announce, you know, the shuffle up and deal. I get the big blind. I think I made some like corny joke about so unlucky, whatever it was, just to see how loose my table was, to see how friendly everybody was. Didn't get a great reaction, but whatever.
Dinner break, there is a lot of people, this is crazy. I'm currently with 102,000 chips, so doing pretty good.
first 4 hours of playing, I didn't win any pots. That got me pretty nervous. I was thinking to myself, no, this is not happening, man. Then I actually had a set of 8s, which is iconic because I had 888. That's when I won my first pot. It wasn't a big pot, but I felt like, okay, so now let's get this going.
First level was very bad. I lost half of my stack already, but I'm going back to second level and just play my game, make good decisions. I just want to keep fighting, so let's go.
I managed to get back to starting stack again from 70 to 100. And I was feeling like the chip leader because my start was so brutal. And then things started going south again.
Well, my day one was a roller coaster. I lost a lot of chips, then it was back to starting stack, then it was down again, back and forth the whole day. Then I changed tables on the last level of the night, got in good with all my remaining chips, and lost.
It's the first time I bust on day one. Of course, I made mistakes, but in the most important parts was just like, yeah, things didn't go that well. I had expectations, and when we have expectations and we don't meet them, we kind of feel frustrated.
After playing good poker, making good decisions, busting the main event on day one, it doesn't affect me too much.
If you focus on the things you can control, I think you get at least more resistant to this kind of stuff.
Losing, busting tournaments, having losing sessions and streaks are part of the game. You gotta keep your expectations low. You need to hope for the best, but you shouldn't be dreaming with the bracelet yet.
I ended up bagging with 86,500.
I managed to finish day one with around 104, I think. So yeah, 888 got me going.
I bagged 79.8K in the main event going on to day two. But did you know I'm actually a two-bag boy? Because I have Earls of Sandwich. Gonna eat this sandwich? Because that's what winners do.
100K in a dream. We'll see how Saturday goes.
So tomorrow, day off to rest, and then I'll be back on Saturday with a lot of power to make it to day 3.
Mystery bounty tournaments are a new sensation that combine the best of bounty tournaments with the surprise factor of not knowing the bounties ahead of time. This exciting new format is a lot of fun to play, but there are a few things you need to know if you want to maximize your chances of a big payday. I am Vivian Saliba, Poker Pro and 888 Poker Ambassador. Here are 5 tips to help you adjust to mystery bounty tournaments. Preserve your stack. Stack preservation is very important in mystery bounty tournaments. The prize pool is divided in 2, with half going to the general prize pool and the other half to the bounties. For this reason, having a wealthy stack when the bounties kick in can generate a lot of value. You might want to approach some spots in a more conservative way, when close to the bounty stage, in order to preserve your stack. A big stack lets you cover most of the other players, and with that comes the chance to eliminate them and win the mystery bounty prize. You may also want to avoid battling other big stacks and don't make marginally profitable plays that can compromise a big chunk of your chips. You can also exclude the bottom of your range when calling all-ins or even jamming yourself. Categorize your opponents.
Honestly, I woke up half an hour before this started, and I had no time to eat or do anything. At work. I was like, you know what, get up nice and early, run over some stuff, go for a nice big meal and some nice stuff, nice brekkie. In reality, woke up 20 minutes late with a hangover. Straight in the show. Yeah, I ended up drinking last night on my table. True preparation.
Raise 25k.
We should be back, and we should be back good. PK's had to fiddle. He did say something about the sound. He wasn't able to start it and get back under the table because the guys had gone back live. But he has said things should be okay. Okay. And then what he's going to do is when we get to the final table, we're going to start it and then have a full refresh for the final table whenever that will be. We were on 14. 14 we were. The sound is fine anyway, says Cat. Nice one, Piano Cat.
Thanks, Cat.
Stephen Cherry, the last out. So king on the turn for Mark.
Just a bet and a hand.
All sound issues seems to have been resolved, which is great news. Testing, okay, apart from the adverts. That's not me, Kev.
The adverts.
888 on Twitch. Grosvenor Poker Live on YouTube and Facebook. So all themes good. Thank you very much indeed for sorting. Okay, who brought the RFID?
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Yeah. What's happening here? There's no.
we're on to the next hand. This was the last hand, so.
There we go. Just catching up. That's the tracker just catching up.
Dipping into a Sifo's lovely Turkish for us.
Fixes a little Turkish meze.
It's lovely.
The old mixed kebab on a plate. Thanks to a Sifo.
Oh, that's why. We haven't got the RFID cards on, so they should be coming on shortly.
Oh yeah. Interesting. Here we go.
There we go. Here he comes with the deck. Roll cards will be back.
Sorted. Everything is good.
Afternoon, Phil Canal.
How are we doing, Phil? Hope things are good. How was Edinburgh in general?
Did we get chip counts at the break?
Look at that. Ian Simpson, 1.1 mil, just under Biggs. Twan Lee moved up to second in chips. Bixie in third. Hendrick. Chris Maguire. Stato still in. Michael Howard going on nicely. Leo. La Rosa. And Thomas Clack with Ryan Plant in between those two. 14 players left.
Good afternoon, Susan, tuning in on Facebook.
Good afternoon.
I do expect things to slow down. I actually forgot about the fact that the final table is the bubble as well. 9 paid in this one, so
yep.
Maybe, probably 5:15ish. I reckon somewhere along those lines. Going to be some tanking going on the tables you expect.
Reading a book and sitting on 99 bigs. What you do? That how to play poker book's obviously working. It's almost like short stack. Got 14 left. What's happening on Facebook?
Now Godspeak tuning in as well. Looking forward to this one. Always do the high rollers just because you get them fields that don't often see in the main events when 2 tables out. Like decent percentage of the field. Very good players. Been here before. Ace King for Leo, opens to 25. And a good day for Big Seat, she's out the way on the button. Mark should do the same in the small. Queen at 5 offsuit for Tom Clack here. 9 BBs on the nose. Does just choose to let it go. Raise and take for Leo with the Ace King. No, it hasn't, Susan. It was it's very sporadic at the moment. It'll be raining for 15 minutes, it will stop, and then it'll be raining again for 15 minutes, it will stop. It's horrible this morning when I come into work about 1:45. Was hammering it down. When are we going to see a summer or even a spring? We're in May in a couple of weeks' time. Queen Jack for Seb. Opens from hijack. Worst has this glorious sunshine down here in Kent. Must be nice. All right for some. And Tom Clack can't do anything with Queen 4 in the small. May take his full 20 seconds, as is his right. Just running down the clock, and Chris not going to be able to defend the 9-3 offsuit.
That's rain you can hear.
Is that rain?
Yep. That is a downpour.
That is.
You want to nip outside, you'll get wet. It's like monsoon torrential. But tomorrow is going to be absolutely beautiful. Stunningly beautiful in Manchester tomorrow. We'll be walking into work tomorrow morning. The sun will be shining. Walking in. Concentrate on the main event to last Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Afternoon product, tuning in on YouTube. Seb under the gun here with the Ace King. He will open. Raise and take for Seb. Leo not defending, 6 deuce off, shows the table.
It's only 1.1 mil, 14 players left. Oh, I thought the money was there. The money wasn't there. Prize are on the app, and also 10 players is the bubble for the final table and the money. 9 get the cash, so it will slow down as we're getting close to it. 14 to 9 is the next objective. Nice and sunny in Edinburgh today. Actually hung the washing out. Nice one, Piano Cat. And nice and sunny in York. York's a great place.
King Jack.
I like York.
King Jack off here for Leo. Goes for complete. Seb with option here. Can go both ways. Could definitely go for the raise with the offsuit high-low from the big. And does exactly that. Leo shouldn't be going anywhere here. King Jack off, blind on blind, facing this 3.5x up, just shy off. But gonna go with the jam instead. He'd be continuing, just going to take this approach, gets the ace high to fold, nicely done from Leo with the King Jack off for 25, gets it through, nice pickup.
Hey Sophie. Thanks very much. Enjoyed being watching.
Deuces for Mark, just out the way.
Not seen Ian Simpson on the feature yet.
No, we haven't.
And he's got plenty of chips.
I'd be shocked if we didn't see him on the feature today, though, Tao, with
Me
being
too.
chip leader with 14 left. Big favourite to make the final table. Over to Leo on the bud. Queen 9 off. Opens. Raises to 25. Seb out the way in the small. Over to Bixie in the big, and one that we're not going to be able to defend here. Just going to have to let the 3 deuce go. No, she's in. She is in. That's the covering stack. We got the chips. Do get to defend wide up. as the covering stack, especially with some ICM this close to the money. Well, I see this close, 5 spots off, 2 tables, still got a while to go. It does elect to defend and flops an up and down with the nut low. Leo going to continue here. 36 into 68. Going for half, just north of. Bixie not going anywhere. We defend 3 deuce off. We flop an up and down. Definitely going to be continuing. Could she even be thinking about raising here, Tower, is the question. If we get folds, we're always folding out a better hand. Still got the up and down as equity when Leo does continue. Does just take the passive approach. Plays cool. Queen of diamonds turn. Leo will love to see that. Turns top pair, and great for us as well. No queen X out there for Bixie, unless Bixie has turned queens up. I guess she will have queen 6 suited, queen 7 suited in there as well. But looking at range on an overall spectrum, just going to have the best of it most of the time here, Leo, and do expect the bet to come in, Tower. Get value from all this 5-6, 5-7, 8-6, 8-7, all this type of pair, straight draw possibilities, as well as that 4x of diamonds, 8x of diamonds a thing as well. But he's going to go for check back, Leo, and try and induce some stuff from Bixie on rivers, and this might be a river that Bixie just has to get after it on here, Tower.
7 of diamonds.
Like it is actually relevant that we have the 3 of diamonds as well, simply because Leo will open ace 3 of diamonds, king 3 of diamonds, jack 3 of diamonds from the button. So therefore is actually kind of relevant block up, and we have the worst hand we can ever have here at Showdown. We're going to have a 6x advantage from the big, so I think we're going to need to bluff at this as Bixie, Tower. It just seems like a mandatory bluff. Probably not going to work versus Leo's hand. He's going to be in a tough spot, but once we get here with 3 deuce and a diamond, which is kind of relevant, does reduce a couple of combos of flushes. Just seems way too good not to bluff at this as Bixie, and is going to come with 80k on the river. Love this from her. Just shy of 60%. And Leo, no diamond in hand, does have a 9, removal to 9-6, but real tough one for Leo here, because once turn goes check, check, Tower, Bixie gets the value bet 4-5, she gets the value bet 4-7, 5-7, 8-7, all her 2 pair holdings, as well as her straights and rivered flushes as well. So it's a real difficult spot for Leo, and I'd have a hard time calling here, simply because her calling range on the flop, like the only thing we're really beating now as Leo is exactly this, the 3 deuce, even 6-3 getting there. And if Bixie happened to have like a king 7, a7 suited, these hands would check with 3rd pair and just take their showdown. Yeah. So it's just very hard to see what we beat here as Leo. Maybe like a 9-10 of spades, a 9-10 of hearts, something like that on the flop. But we got removal to that with the queen 9, so I think we have a tough time calling here as Leo. I'd personally fold. With queen 9, I'd personally let this one go, Tower, just because, as I say, a lot of the hands that don't make a straight, that we are ahead of, that make a pair, they just check river. The 7x, the 8x, the 4x, the 5x on their own, they're just going to check river, so it's very difficult to assign Bixie any bluffs. But Leo sniffs it out and does call. Bixie mucks the 3 deuce, but some call, Tower, because it's very difficult to assess what we beat there. However, one thing that maybe we do have going for us is the deceptive factor and what our range looks like to Bixie. We check back top pair on the turn, so we're kind of under-repped and maybe look capped from Bixie's perspective, that we can't really have too many good hands. So maybe that's the point in the hand that's important, the check back on the turn, because Leo under-repped from Bixie's perspective looks like we can have some ace high, king high, is just hands that are done with the pot. But really tough one for Leo, but does come to the correct decision. Well played, sir.
What's a call from Leo at Worthington Lease? Very nice indeed. The ice cold. Tom, played at Kirkcaldy Golf Club today. They had so much rain there they've been unable to cut the fairways. Preferred lies all over the course and green, but the greens are good. Wowzers, wowzers. Good call from Leo Worthington Lease. No, she's not supposed to show. She doesn't have to show. It's only in an all-in and a call situation where you have to show your card. She's got the nut low.
Yeah.
She's literally got the nut low, so she just knew once the call come in, any cards in his hand,
Yeah.
apart from the same.
So once she just mucked her hand face down, Leo doesn't have to show either. However, no one does it these days.
Yeah.
But you can actually be Leo there and go, no, she's the last aggressor. I want to see her hand tabled, but no one does that. Just bad etiquette. You've won the pot. You don't need to see your opponent's hand.
Yeah.
Get on with it. But if there's some reason, you can actually say, I want to see that hand. She's last aggressor. She has to show. But Leo just moving on with the next hand, as he should be. How are we doing, JJ? Bixie got the game. Perfect river to rep on. Great call as well. Thanks for tuning in, JJ. Not necessarily, Gully, saying mistake from Leo to potentially check back turn, letting some low rivers hit, which are good for Bixie. Just going to need some top pair check backs from time to time at a frequency, so just choosing that one to go with. And something we do with the check back as well, we do induce some bluffs on rivers from Bixie. But that river was just the wettest in the deck and one of the worst. We're going to find a hero on, but Leo just sniffs it out. Top notch call.
Indeed. Hope you all, JJ. Where are you flying off to play some PLO next? Always around is old JJ. Wanting the flags in the PLO. Ace high flop, ace jack 6. Oh, Vic tonight, Aspers tomorrow. PLO in London is very good at the minute. And Razor Kev is just about to try his new bar out with a bottle of Moretti. Nice one, Kev. Enjoy the bar in the house. Loves it. He'll have the 50-inch screen on the wall. He'll have the live stream on. He'll have a beer in his hand, stood behind his own bar. Here, mate, you want a beer?
Blind on blind here. Tom going for the check back with bottom pair. Comfortable call on the turn, facing 1BB with position.
4 clubs on the river. Brings in the back door. Once mark checks. Don't mind the check back from Thomas here just to take down what's in the middle. Start building slowly.
An interesting one for Tom, whether to eke some value here, tower or not. What do we target? A 5, stuff like 4-7, 4-3, but does just check it back. Very difficult to get called by worse there, and don't want to open ourselves up to a check raise, so understood. Yeah, spot on, says Kev. You got a spot on tower. That's exactly what he's doing. And good evening to DJ Scotty tuning in on Twitch.
And Kev Blower says, opening mine for a clean out in the morning. What he means is he's going to pass it on to Jules, who will be cleaning it, and he'll be sat there waiting until it's ready. That's what that means. Just reading between the lines, Kev. Evening, DJ Scotty. Watching on Twitch. We're down to the final 14. 14 down to 9 is the next protocol. It's true, Kev, that's exactly what's going to happen. Joe, can you just go and bring the cloth and the cleaner and the pledge? I know exactly what you like. And then she'll have to finish for 3 o'clock to watch Stoke on telly. Got a season ticket at Stoke, has she really? Well, at least you're about safe, which is good, considering not the best season. They're playing Plymouth. Big game tomorrow for Stoke City. Win that, you're safe. But who's going down with Rotherham United? That's the big question.
Not QPR.
Not QPR. QPR are well safe. They're on 47 points.
Antoine with the 4-bet with the ladies. Makes it 155 to go. Don't mind this 3-bet at all here from Mark. Now met with this 4-bet from Twan. Just going to have to let our hand go and move on to the next hand.
On to the next. Good from the chip leader. Anybody fancy just nipping out to the shop for me?
Might go for a swim. Swim to the shops.
You need flippers, that is for sure. By heck.
Ace Queen for Leo. Makes it 25k. And Bixie, couple of kings, making it 75 to go. Owen and Carl, yep, Ian Simpson's still in. He was chip leader at the last break.
Mm-hmm.
He's 8 suited. Thought Chris will be getting out of there after this action in front of us. Open gun, 3-bet. Just running the clock down a little. Over to Twan in the big, 9-4 off. He'll do the same. And awkward one for Leo here. Like, we know we'd be folding ace jack off, ace 10 off, king queen off, suited broadways. Some we would continue, but ace queen's that line tower. Like, against some players we'll elect to continue, against some we'll choose to fold, and Leo does make a very nice lay down there with the ace queen offsuit. Good fold, sir.
Thomas Clack, 12 bigs and in trouble. Still on 14. We had to slow down at some point, and we're down to 14, and we've been on 14 about an hour.
Leo is in the zone, JJ. Always plays well, this lad.
He does, he's good. Very good player.
I think he's only on one, JJ. One re-entry, so he's on 2. Yeah, there we go. Ah, that's how you know. Okay, I just looked up at the chat. I looked at the iPad, looked up at the chat. Good luck, JJ, have you got a sweat?
The final table bubble is the bubble for the money. So we'll be 10-handed. 2 tables of 5 when we are hand for hand for the money.
Top block for Chris, goes for quarter, gets it through. Blinds going up in 2 minutes.
Who does the dealer communicate with? The action tracker, who was just in the top right of the picture. All inputs, all graphics you can see are put in by the action tracker. The dealer shouts the action, the action tracker inputs the action, and we can see the graphics. Just like when you see TV poker, any major event, the dealer will have a headset on speaking to the action trackers in the back.
Battle of the Raggy Queens. Seb has the suited Queen Deuce. Leo with Queen 4 off, complete. Seb checks option.
Ace 7-2. Bottom pair 4-7 as he connects.
Flopping Leo. Leo going to go for the 1BB stab here. 12k. Interesting one. We don't really fold out many better hands here as Leo. Maybe the better Queen X actually, the Queen 5 through Queen Jack, but expect all King highs to be calling once. Goes for the stab and Seb calls and gets a delightful sight on the turn. That's trip deuces. Leo with the shutdown. Seb checking it back. Trying to induce some stuff from Leo. Leo finely tuned so far this session, and once more doesn't take the bait. Quick check, and just going to be a check fold once Seb comes in with a bet here.
Any bet's too big, but I'm likely to go pot size with this one. Well, keeps it half pot, 30k. Into the muck we go. No blinds up. 6,000, 12,000. Should be 816 now. Is it 816 now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the line's just got up. 38 minutes on the clock. 40-minute levels.
King 4 suited for Chris, raises to 32. And we're going to see a 3-bet here from Tuan. This is just a 2BB open from Chris. Blinds are now up. Graphic should change after this hand.
Yep.
Chris not going to be continuing the King 4. Should be hand done.
Makes his second in chips to Twan Lee. Thomas on 12 bigs. Blinds now 816.
Oi, oi, Barry Neville, good afternoon.
Hey up the buzzer. How we doing, pal?
What was it we needed Barry for last leg? There was something going on and you said get Barry Neville on the case, he'll get him out for you. What was it that someone was selling?
Oh, something out of the boot of his car somewhere, wasn't it?
I couldn't remember. And you said give Barry Neville a ring, he'll get him flogged for you. Oh, what was it?
Somebody said in the chat that somebody was selling out the boot of his car in the car park. I said, Barry Neville will sort it. Hope you all, Barry. Big game for Sheffield Wednesday on Sunday against Blackburn Rovers.
Is it?
Huge. They are second bottom.
Blankets, says Kev.
Blankets. If everyone knew anything about turkeys. Or drunken people.
The turkey story, what a story that is. Ace 9 suit for Leo, opens to 32.
The product's on the beer as well. He's on the Peroni now. Kev's on the Moretti. Product's on the Peroni.
We're on the waters.
We are on the water and tea. Great.
Tom Clark defends the 10-9 off. Leo flops trip aces.
Very nice indeed. Already got the check mark.
You could just see 1BB here from Leo against this stack size tower. 16k, what I expect. Let's go with the 1BB. The chat need to send you guys some beers.
Maybe not at 4:30 in the afternoon with the final table to come. $7,500 going to the match on Sunday. I think you'll win. I think 5-2 is a great price. Can we have a big shout out for Emma Fryer? Big heavenly birthday to Emma, the poker queen indeed. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't realise it was Emma's birthday today. God bless. One of the nicest characters Stoke ever produced in the card room. God bless old Emma. Much love to Gilbo.
Yeah, spot on 10. Spot on 10, spot on Kev. I said half 10 this morning. That's my prediction. Usually give or take half hour, but around 10:30 is what I am thinking today. Fixing the cut-off. Does have everyone behind her covered. 5 off the money. Maybe still slightly too loose. He's just going to let it go. Mark suited queen. Offer 20. Interesting one for Mark because Tom Clack's got 94k. If we open and he shoves, we literally have to call. So just choosing to fold for that reason, and it's a well-timed fold because we would have been getting shoved on. Tom sends in the A7. 8 deuce for Chris. Can't do anything.
Said with the Jack Queen raises to 32. Afternoon, Johnny Brown watching on Facebook.
Queen 8 suited for Chris, just taking his time. Twan quick defend with the 6-4 as covering his stack.
Ace-9 flop.
Do expect high frequency continues here from Seb. Going to be fairly small. He does elect to, but goes for check. And lets Twan get there.
With the 6 of spades.
Could have just been Seb's pot here, Tower. With the continue. Like, just flushing out 6 outs twice is a win in itself. A hand like 6-4 off. Checked all the way down, and Twan going to be good with the boat. No continue from Seb. Let Twan realise that equity, and we're heading over to an outer table because it's been slow since we got back, but finally
what's happening?
We have an all-in and a call. And it's aces for Stato, queens for Ryan Plant. Ryan Plant needs help.
That help?
That help?
Wow.
Quad queens? Does that classify as help tower, or is that a bit overkill?
Wow.
So that's a huge one as well. That's a million chip pot going to Ryan Plant, all in pre. Stato with the aces, Ryan Plant with the ladies, and just flops Stato basically dead. Huge pot, million chip pot going the way of Ryan Plant, and Stato left crippled.
Wow. That's how to win hand. And double up. Jeez. Jeez.
Threes for Chris opens from the button. Jack 7 suited for Twan. Don't write this man off, Tower, because he does like to get in the mix, especially with chips. Jack 7 suited makes the call. And Leo here, Queen 10 of diamonds in the big blind, Tower. Quite an interesting one. Like these suited broadways off of like this stack size, 27, 26, do like to do some squeeze jamming. And there it is from Leo. I was wondering if he was going to take it. I'm not sure regarding ICM, but I'm guessing we still get it, as Leo does just take the spot. Very nice hands to use, the suited broadways. Anything like up to 30, even up to 40 sometimes when there's an open and 2 calls.
Just wow.
The suited broadways just sending it in for the lot. As the squeeze jam, Leo on point this session. Prize ticker coming along the bottom of your screen as Pixie opens the King 8 of clubs from under the gun. Nine getting paid in this. We've been back nearly an hour, Tower, and we've not lost one.
Not yet.
These two have been battling already a fair amount this session. Leo with the ace jack won't be folding. Do expect to just see this approach go with call. Not going to go for free bet when Bixie's open from under the gun and does have us covered. 5 off the money. Off to the streets.
Queen out flop, Queen 6-2, but look at the flop for Bixie.
Things you love to see. Flopping the second nuts, and mono board going to be fairly small c-bet size here. If Bixie does elect to continue, 20k would be fine. 24k for quarter, something around there from Bixie. Yeah, love it. Goes for quarter. 25 just north of, and we're going to get a street from Leo here. Ace jack with a club, shouldn't be going anywhere. Seems like a clear call. Take some turns.
Ten of diamonds on the turn.
Now Pixie picking up, Leo picking up Broadway draw to go with his third nut flush draw and overcard. Pixie just going to be wanting to go bet here at this stack depth tower. Could actually size up to set up a pot size river jam as well, so potentially want to put some more meat on this. Goes for 80. Does size up. 60% are just shy of on the turn, and over to Leo now. Has picked up additional equity, getting just under 3-1, and does relinquish the ace jack, and Bixie not getting a second street of value from her flop flush.
Unfortunately not. Thomas still hanging on 8 bigs. $2.99 for Chris. One ability stack up to 750. Now drop down to 480 with the blinds at 816 and 30 bigs.
Line here set with the ace-5 off. Bixie having us covered here. Probably just happy to start with a complete. And off we go. King 5 off a Bixie tower. One that could definitely do some raising here. Offsuit, high-low, good ones to use, especially as covering stack. And Bixie tuned in as well, playing some nice stuff, makes it 40. Might have gone for a bit of extra juice at just shy of 30 effective. Actually, maybe 2.5x fine. 30, just shy of in position.
Nine flop 972. 7 with the best of it.
Yeah, may just go for continued range here as Bixie, fairly dry texture. 9-7 deuce, obviously some straight draws out there, but could just see it continue here from Bixie with the King 5 after being the original opener. It does continue for just north of quarter. And Seb should be calling once here, tower. We got the backdoor wheel, we got the backdoor 8-6, and we have ace high, which can still definitely be the best hand in a blind on blind situation.
10 of hearts on the turn. Seb snap checks.
And this is where things get tricky because, like, most people are aware, like, we raise these offsuit high lows, they're good candidates to use as bluffs, then we see bet flop range, but then when we get to like these type of turns, it's difficult to know how to proceed, whether to just shut down or whether to continue barreling, and 3 of diamonds on the river. So check mark going Seb's way if we get to showdown. Is Bixie gonna fire with the King high? With this 10 interaction, nothing we really beat now tower either. All the Jack 10, the Jack 8, the 10-8, the 8-6, all even making a pair or a straight, and looks like Seb feels the need to bluff at this with the ace 5. 60k. Choosing to bluff at this one on the river. Bluffing with the best hand, and obviously not going to be getting a call out of Bixie. Could she ever think about raising? Don't think we want to choose this hand tower. I think we'll have better candidates to use as a raise. The Jack 6 off would be a very tidy one to use, for example. Jack 6 of clubs would be very nice, but we're probably going to check that one pre. Still mulling it over. She's thinking about the hero with King high. Just beating the 5-6 and the 8-5. That does eventually fold as Vixie. How are we doing? Samo says venue. We're in Manchester, Bury New Road, Grosvenor Casino. This is the high roll up for the UKPL. We are down to 13 because we've just lost one.
13?
Hendrik Getchi.
Oh no!
Finally lose one.
Hendrik busts. We were 14 about an hour and a half.
Yeah, been back an hour exactly. We've been back.
We've been back an hour, and we are now down to 13. Hello, Bob.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Bob.
Honestly, it's not meant to be good. Like, he starts staring at me and I have to look away. But at least another one.
Pot washing merch available over the White Lion, Wrightington.
Here he is, the pot washer.
Indeed.
Max late reg special from Chris Maguire, yet again.
100k, spin up, was up to 750, now down to 480, 30 bigs still. Bigs. Money bubble will be 10. Final table bubble also 10. Slowed right down now, hasn't it? On the other table, Stato taking a bit of a beat. With aces against queens. Flop of queen, queen, X. Queen, queen, jack, I think it was. Flop. Thomas Clack hanging in there with the 8 bigs. 4 off the money. With a 10 jack, raising up. The line's at 16. Makes it 32. And that'll do it for Leo on 30 bigs. Chris also on 30 bigs. Swanley out of the way under the gun. Leo folding as well. Seb, king queen, will be raising. Here comes the tea boy.
Tea boy.
Thank you very much.
How many cups of tea do you reckon I've made since doing this job?
7.
Got to be over 1,000, ain't it? Got to be.
Do you reckon?
I reckon I've done over 1,000.
Do you reckon?
What, average 4
How many people have you asked to make a cup of tea, or how many times have you made a cup
same
of tea?
thing, ain't it? Same thing.
If we didn't have a bob, it'd be about 3.
Yeah, we didn't have a bob. So, see if Seb can fight and check here, Tower. Or maybe this one's too good a candidate. Like hijack versus cut off. Should be doing a fair amount of checking still to the imposition player. But we do have such a tidy candidate to c-bet king queen with the king of spades. Chris does have bottom pair here, but still overcalling. Do have 2 backdoor straight draws both ways. That is going to let it go. Like that fold from Chris. Let's see what Seb's got in mind. Well,
a jack of spades.
This might just be too good now, Tower. It could be a triple because Bixie here with ace and jack of spades on board and us holding the king of spades, she can only have queen 10 of spades, 10 9 of spades, maybe 8 9 of spades. So it's literally like 3, maybe 4 combos of flushes that she can have in this situation. So potential for Seb to start sending in some barrels now, Tower, and pressurising these ace-x holdings. That's exactly what he is going to go for.
95 into 190. And Bixie gets rid of the top pair.
Yeah, so nice
no
play
draws
from Seb with the key card.
Can I have a look? She says, yeah, have a look. Looks at the king with the king of spades and taps the table. Hey Vanessa, Jade Sound, have a nice surprise to you both when I see you next for all the amazing work you do. Thank you very much, Vanessa. What will it be? What could it be?
Can't wait. That's a nice play there from Seb. Not sure about the c-bet, like theoretically. It's really strange, like the LP versus LP when you're sat next to the player on direct left. I'm not actually sure why. Maybe it's because of what our range looks like versus the caller's range, but we actually don't have too many c-bets, but we have a lot of c-bets on the boards that could come 9 high or come like 9-9. And these are like the boards that we do have some high frequency continues on, even out of position, hijack versus cut-off versus button, like the 9-6-5, the 9-9 ace, the ace-ace-9. These are the boards that do like to continue at a decent frequency. Tom on the button. This is going to have to go. Six suited for Twan. It's a 6 big blind shove.
Looks down at 1.2 mil, it's only 100k to call. Vanessa says, do we want a clue? No, it'd be a nice surprise when we see you next, Vanessa, wherever that'll be. Could be at Goliath in Coventry. Could be in London. Could be in Luton.
No, it can't be in Luton.
Oh, you're not there?
I'm not there. So it cannot be in Luton.
You're not there. Well, before the recess and before the break for Las Vegas for a lot of people, we have Luton, London and Leeds.
Leeds.
We have 3 events before the summer recess on the 10th of June. Is the summer recess. That's when play halts. Last event in the Vic before they have a spruce is the end of May. No, well I keep saying it is. I keep telling everybody it's official. And then Leeds after that, first week in June for the UKPT in Leeds. Dirty Leeds.
Chris on the button. Opens the 32. Antoine calls with the A6 off in the small blind. Over to Leo in the big. Looks like he wants to defend, and we're going to end up going three-way here.
Nine, 6, 2, all hearts. The second nut flush redraw against the nut flush redraw. Second pair and nut flush draw for Twan. Lee takes a right stranglehold on the hand. Unless Leo has got something like 7, 8.
Chris goes with check back here, three-way. Just a hand that can comfortably call any turn lead if met by one from either small or big blind, but now once checked to us twice, do expect Chris to just knuckle this and take our equity with 2 overcards and second nut flush draw. Don't think this is a board where we want to go for delay continue three-way, especially with Twan in there, who will have stuff that other players won't, like the 7-8, the 10-9, 9-6 suited, this type of stuff. Does find the check behind.
3 hearts for the nut flush for Twan. Chris, the second nuts. Each.
If Twan could find check here, just going to go for bet. Could be an interesting spot here for Chris Tower.
Yep.
Because it comes down to obviously whether we play call or whether we play raise. Chris never folding. It's just down to the fact if we think we can ever eke out some value from some Queen of Hearts, Jack of Hearts, this type of stuff. And the other thing is, do we get called as well if we elect to raise? Would the Queen and Jack of Hearts call? So probably not. So may just go for call because of that. But he's never folding here, Tower. It's just a decision of whether we want to raise for value versus half, or whether we want to just play call. And let's see what Chris comes with. One thing that's really interesting, actually, Tower, you don't expect the offsuit ace-x to be in there from the small. Like, you don't expect Twan to have, like, ace-9 off, ace-6 off, like he's got ace-7 off, all this stuff. So you expect more suited hands to be peeling from the small blind, but looks like Chris is going to go for value. I guess it's one where we're protected as well. We never get bluffed off our hand. When Twan goes all in here, we have an easy fold because we can still have the ace of hearts in theory, therefore Twan can never just run a bluff in this spot. And it looks like Chris is about to get the bad news.
Yep. Pulls back. There's the raise.
Yeah, it just won't be calling now.
Is that 300?
Just expect this to always be fold now, Tower, simply for that reason that we expect. Has he clicked it? He's gone clicky. What is it? 131. So the click would be 326. He has to make it.
326.
So everyone's trying to figure it out. There we go. So we've got to put 26k more in. Don't think it matters because Chris Maguire will be folding because, as I said, Tower, he knows that this always is the ace of hearts or even 4-5 of hearts. We're never ever getting someone bluffing this spot, so it does just go for the raise fold on the river. Interesting spot there for Chris, whether to go for raise or whether to just play flat.
Some people still don't fold, you know, with the king of hearts. I'm telling you, they don't. They don't. There's people out there that don't fold the king of hearts. I'm telling you.
No, I'm not in Luton, Vanessa. I think we'll both next be together in Leeds, I'm guessing.
Right. In London.
Is Leeds after London?
No. Yes, it is. Leeds is in June.
Oh, and London's end of May?
Yep.
Okay, London then. One for this one.
Yeah. See?
10-9 suited for Seb under the gun, opens to 32. Been a very slow session in terms of bust outs. One bust out in an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Lost Endrick Getchy in 14th. And then 10-9 of spades for Chris Maguire on the button here. Working with 12 BBs, facing the gun open. I don't think we get to call. It's funny, there was a spot we had earlier on when Yazoo was on the button with 12 bigs. And there was an open under the gun, and I didn't think he'd have all this 10-9 of spades, 8-9 suited stuff because his cards weren't shown, and I don't think we actually get to pill off that stack depth there. Facing gun as Chris does just let it go. Twan in with the king-9 suited from the small, flops a flush draw. Checks over to Seb, who seems like got a nice one to continue here. 3 to a straight flush, fold out some king high, jack high, ace high type stuff. But once again, see Seb going for the option not expected, and turned dead by Twan. Turns the second nut flush, but Seb not taking the bait. Checks again. Ace of diamonds river. Imagine if we can find check here as Twan. Is that 2 nut flushes in a row?
Just 2. Yep. This time with the king. Last time with the ace of hearts.
Twan just goes for the lead. He gets it through. Who's having a chippy tea? The Whopper Supper's having a chippy tea on a Friday. Chippy tea? It's the way to fit good at a fish and chip shop. Chippy tea. Chippy tea on a Friday. It was the done thing in every household. The button never moved. Twan in small blind. Twan, really? I never noticed. The players never noticed. You think that Leo would notice if he's on the big blind twice and brought the ante in twice? Yeah. Big C opening under the gun with the ladies. Twan with 6's calls on the bud. Chip leader in the tournament. Eddie says, this is going so slow, only lost 1 player in around 2 hours or so. It's true, Eddie. We're getting close to the money, that's why. That is why. Yeah, fish and chip shop. Fish and chip shops always closed on a Monday back in the day. That's because they worked Saturdays. So if you worked Saturdays, you had Sunday, Monday off. So ace 4 deuce rainbow here, overcard to contend with for the ladies of Big C. And it's just going to check over to Twan in position. Twan knuckles it back with 6s, soft to the turn. Delight to see for Big C. Turning a set and checking again, trying to induce something here from Twan. Not getting the induce, and it's the 5 of clubs on the river, and gonna have to go for our value now as Big C. Not much 3x in there for Twan. Ace-3 suited would probably bet turn. Wow, she goes with check again, trying to induce, and shows the ladies for a set. Takes a small one. Jack 9 for Tom, should be out of the way. Chris Maguire just running the clock down. Now he's short after second nut flush versus nut flush. 7-8 suited for Twat. That's the chip leader. Opens the 40. Leo out of there. Seb will do the same. And Big C in the big blind. Jack 8 offsuit seems like one that will be defended. What happened to Chris? Asked Eddie. Second nut flush versus nut flush at Twan. That managed to raise fold it on the river.
Lost a few stacks. Lost a few hands as well. A few small pots. King of Hearts in his hand. 4 hearts on the board. Twanley had the Ace of Hearts.
If Twan just elects to c-bet range here, will be hand over. Does go for the continue in terms of range, and we're heading straight over to an outer table.
Oh, heck.
And it's Stato who's all in and at risk with the Ace Jack. Andrew Spinall with the King Queen.
No quads about this time.
So Andrew Aspinall looking to bust Stato. Very similar stacks here, Tower.
Yeah. He will be checking the stacks, I'm sure. They both sit down.
Stato tells him instantly, you've got more, mate. So if Stato says that, I'd sit back down as well, Tower.
An Octo champion on countdown tells you you've got enough chips to beat me.
I wouldn't question that.
Not in the slightest.
Yes, Andrew does take his seat, but going to be left on fumes from the looks of things, Tower. Well, he's got.
Nobody at the table said, "Are you sure?"
Just straight away, Stato was like, "No, you got some back." Yep, there you are, mate. You got 2 big blinds back.
There we go.
Andrew Aspinall going to need a spin. Back to the feature. Chris Maguire, 8-5 off. Should be folded.
Chip the chair.
Ace-3 suited for Twan. Mark in the big blind hasn't really got involved much this session. Been a lot of folding going on. Just going to get out of the way here. Give this one to Twan.
It's time for Chris. Are these in?
Under the gun.
10 bigs.
Sub 10. Yeah, I think so, Tower.
Yep, all of it, he says.
4 off the money, all in from Chris Maguire. Oh, and runs straight into it. This man has been...
Going to get all his chips. He says cold.
Oh, he's going to be sick of the sight of Twannis, Chris.
Yep.
Just a man that's taking all his chips.
All folding in turn. Ace Queen for Twan Lee. And Chris Maguire has got Ace 10. We span it up good to 720k. And now we are facing elimination. 3 off the money. Well, 13, 4 off the money. 9 get the money, not 10.
Well, there's a queen, but we do actually pick up an additional out. 4 outs now. Jack needed for draw weight. Backdoor clubs doing the trick as well. 3 of spades, meaningless turn cards. So Chris Maguire down to a jack.
And it's not, it's a king. Unfortunately, we lose Chris Maguire.
Out in
13th.
So down to 12, and
Well,
got a little something I've been working on,
Oh,
Tower.
here we go
Little something I've been working on.
Who's that?
Is that Brandon Shields?
Brandon Shields, look at that chunky monkey little face. Right, smiley wiley, look at that.
What a photo.
I like that.
Oh, was it? Hold on a second.
I love the jumper.
Was this from the sit and go you done, the promotional one?
Yes, he was actually.
I was told.
I don't think I've seen.
Hold on a second.
I don't think I've,
Hold on a second. I'm not happy about something. I was told I was not allowed to play in it because I had a beard. What is that on Brandon's chin?
You weren't told that.
I was told because it was for all the photographs. I had a big beard at the time. They said, "Oh, it's for all the marketing." The marketing. I wasn't allowed a hat. I wasn't allowed a beard. But Brandon Shields, he gets in.
Hey, Leo's in Liverpool. A £560 buy-in, 9th till the 14th of July, the Summerfest in Leo's. Beautiful. Boothie will be playing that. Boothie will be playing that for sure. Look at that, Leo's Summerfest in Liverpool.
Nice.
And if you've never been, overlooks Albert Dock. Fantastic eating houses around there. Superb place upstairs for Leo's. They have a jig and a dance upstairs. They have a proper concert room upstairs.
I've never been.
Oh, it's good. They have a proper concert room.
And jumping right back into things here. Leo opening for 2 BBs from gun, and Mark sends it in for 12 with the ace queen offsuit, and really tricky spot for Tom Clack here. Ace queen off in the small. I think we're supposed to go with fold here, Tower. Like Mark may elect to shove some ace jack versus, well, he does go with the call, okay. And now Leo not going to call this off 3-way. He gets out there with the king queen and likely to chop this one off, chop this one up. What I was going to say is Mark's been so snug this session. He will shove, like theoretically, some ace jack, some ace 10 that we do dominate, maybe some king queen, but the way Mark's been playing, might have thought he'd be top end of range a lot more at this stage, 3 off the money, but Tom Clack does flick it in for less for his 9 BBs, and they are going to chop this one up. Rainbow board, nothing doing, off to an outer table. So we saw
Mr. Aspinall.
Yeah, get it in.
And 25k, that's all his chips in the middle. Queen, queen, 4 flop. Check, check. Is that Michael Howard? And Ian Simpson.
Ian gonna fire.
What's it? 28? 40.
So Andrew Aspinall going to need some help. Ian does have the goods, a couple of kings. And that is, we have a 5.
We have a 5.
2 outer.
Ooh, it's a 6.
Next door, Andrew Aspinall out in 12th place.
Unlucky.
Going to leave us with 11 players. Ross is still in.
Oh, yeah, how's that?
Michael Rosserman. Didn't even know he's playing.
Down to 12. Down to 12. All kinds of buttons here.
Yeah, we're trying to find
I was just looking down just
something else to show you, but
Yeah.
I can't.
Andy Aspinall finished in 12th, so we're on 11.
can't figure it out.
Chris Maguire was 12th.
I have to speak to PK.
Chris Maguire 13th, Andrew Aspinall 12th. We're down to 11.
Ace 10 for Big C, and the hijack opens to 40. Leo suited king should find its way into the defend range from the big. Nice looking flop. Flops a flush draw. 2 overcards to go alongside it. Ace 10 for Big C here. I think either or. Check fine, bet fine. And does check it back, and could definitely see some leading now from Leo. Much better board from us from the big blind. Fold out some ace highs, some better king highs, but gonna just check and see a river, which is the queen of hearts. If this does get to showdown, Bixie will take it with the ace 10.
Have they stuck you in the laundry room? When you unmute your mic, it sounds like you're on a washing machine. Does it?
On a washing machine?
Yeah, and PK said the background noise is going to get looked at the next break. It does sound a bit Dalek-y.
Yeah, the plan was when we come back after the break, we were 5 off a final table, so we thought it would be an hour. So PK said we'll be at the final soon. We'll wait till we're at the final, give them a 20-minute break, get everything reset. But this session has just gone on a lot longer than we expected. We're down to 11 now. We've got 2 more to lose. Bixie, Queen Jack opens to 40. Round to Leo in the small. He's out of there with 8-9 off. And Seb, Queen 8 of spades, should be defended from the big. Ace, King, Deuce, Mono, and I say it all the time, this is one of the boards that everyone c-bets when they're not meant to. Simply because you just get stripped of your flushes drastically. Big blind going to defend any suited 2 cards. From under the gun we probably start at 8-9 suited, therefore we have Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, 10-9, maybe Jack 9, 8-9, like 6-7 combinations of flushes, whereas the big blind has the whole lot. Going to be defending any suited cards versus a 2BB open, so we can bin ourselves on these type of boards, like elect to c-bet ace queen there, and then we get raised. We're in a horrible spot already on the flop because the big blind just has such an advantage of flushes when we get stripped of so many on ace king mono specifically versus EP. But it's a spot that I see a lot of players opting to bet on just because it comes ace king high as the early position opener, but when you actually really delve into the spot, actually plays better as a check. Tom Clack, no messing about, ace king.
And to do it this point, this stage, at some point, blinds coming round, now the 10-20, and just under 11 bigs.
I couldn't hear the washing machine before it was mentioned. Now it's loud. well, if you want us to drone out that sound, we've got some old slot machines in here. We can put Lucky Lady's charms on. Or you can wait a month and a half until we're in Leeds in June.
We will be sorting out the sound at the next break. I think we're going to make it when we get to the FT.
Yeah.
The next break is the final table.
20 minutes we're on break. So if we don't lose 2 in 20 minutes, we'll be on break anyway.
Oh, will we?
Yep.
That session's gone quick.
It has gone fairly quick, I agree.
All right, okay. But I thought the next break, I know on PK said there's going to be a 20-minute break on the final table to rectify the sounds, and he needs to be able to stop and start it and catch up with the delay.
That was with the assumption we'd make the FT this session, so I'm assuming it's going to be a 20-minute break anyway when we get there in 20 minutes, unless we lose 2 more players.
That's no washing machine, it's Tower's tummy rumbling. It's not rumbling anymore, C4. Thank you very much for the meat fest that we got.
Yeah, that was really good.
Really nice of you, C4, thanks very much.
Twan chipping up, approaching a quarter of the chips in play. I've just actually realised Twan's stack. 11 left, approaching quarter of the chips in play, and could potentially chip up much more. Opens 8-6 off, middle position, 2 off the money now. Great opportunity for Twan to extend that chip lead. 20 minutes to go, and then it will be a break unless we lose 2 more players.
We wouldn't go on a break hand for the money anyway.
Yeah, but we're on 11.
Yeah, if we lose 1 more, that's the bubble.
Yeah, that is the bubble, but we're on 11.
So we need to lose 1 more.
Well, yeah, well, 1 more.
If we lose 1 more, we're not on a break until the final table.
And yeah, basically that, yeah.
So if we don't lose any in 20 minutes, we're on a break.
Yep.
If we lose 1, the break will be...
If we lose 2, we're on a break. If we lose none, we're on a break. If we lose 1, we're not on a break.
Yeah. There we go. Simple as that. We knew all that. We knew all that malarkey.
What is with the beard prejudice? It's not Piano Cat. I was complaining because I didn't get an invitation to the media sit and go because I had a beard, and then I've just seen some of the photographs that have been taken at the media sit and go, and who is it? Brandon Shields, and guess what? He's got on his chin? A beard.
He's got a lot of hair.
I haven't got anything against it. I just wanted an invite, that's all.
Can't be prejudiced against beards when you got one.
I know. Ace 10 for Tom. Shoves for 12. Now, interesting one this for Bixie Tower. Reason being is in terms of chips, if this was post-bubble or 2 hours ago, it's a fist bump call. With ICM becomes a bit more dicey because Tom not going to shove as wide, and once again Tom's like, oh my god, I've run into the same hand. He had ace queen versus ace queen, ace 10 versus ace 10, and hopefully again this is going to be chopped up, but Bixie does call it off for 12.
Gonna chop it up, don't you know we'll chop it up. Gonna chop it up, don't you know
I have no idea, Piano Cat. I just remember saying to P-Cat, the Vic, where was my invite? And he just went, no hats, no beard. That's all I got. No hats, no beards. No trainers.
No trainers.
Bowie Effect says, update, I didn't get a haircut. Well, Andy, you've still got time because we got 11 left. And it's nearly R5, and I told you about 10 to 5 is when I think we're at the FT.
Update, didn't get a haircut. Was that update couldn't be bothered?
Probably.
too much on.
win
Overlooking Dean's Gate from the new apartments.
You win 1.2 mil. Surely you can just get a mobile hairdresser to come to the casino, cut your hair while you're playing cards.
That's true. I've got a pair of scissors. In fact, we've got shears here and everything.
We have masseuses.
We've got a trowel.
Do you reckon that could ever catch on? Haircut at the table, cut while I commentate. Pocket fours for Bixie. Opens from cut off. So could just see bet range here as Bixie with the fours. If you can get a massage, why not haircuts? Imagine the mess, says worse hands. Imagine that in the tank on the river and your hair blowing in your face. Some bloke getting a haircut next to you.
Minutes to go until the end of this session and a break. Well, T sat with 11 bigs. Late 1.8 mil chip leader at the table. How can I trust a man with no hair to cut mine? Good point, Andy. Good point. Do you want it same as mine, Gov? Leo with 228 and 11 bigs sees a flop of key 9-5, calls the 45. Queen of diamonds turn. Losing barrel. Losing barrel ripping. King 10. King Jack, no he doesn't. Leo, unbeknown to us what he does have. Got to be thinking he's in front. Once he called the bet pre and the triangle's gone in, he's definitely in front. Leo gets some well-needed chips to 380k and 19 big blinds. Mark T in seat number 1 is now on 11 bigs. Thomas Clack on 12, so 2 short stacks on our table.
A deuce off for Bixie out the way. I've just seen Bowie Effects
seen
comment. That's a great comment, that is. Sorry, Kev, that tickled me, that one. Just popped out for a minute, come back and read that. That's funny.
So 2 shorties on our table, 11 bigs, 12 bigs. 2 off the money.
Something suited for Leo, and the button opens. Raise and take.
Minutes to go until the end of this session and a 15-minute break.
I think we'll probably have 20.
So I'll try and sort the sound out. Sound out, I suppose.
Jack 9 for Seb opens to 40 on the button. Raise and take for him.
Could be.
Well, look at this. Mark T, talk about ill-timed, sends it in blind on blind with a 10-9 and runs into the boots of Tom Clack.
We're either on fumes for Thomas or we've lost one and we'll be on the money bubble. And that is looking like a money bubble.
Yep.
Indeed it is. Tom Clack gets much needed chips up to 400,000. Mark T has just bust in 11th. You know what that means, Jay?
No break.
7 minutes to go until the end of this session, and now we're on the money bubble. Sorry, Big Jimmy, about the sound issues that we are having at the moment. When we get to the final table, there's going to be at least a 20-minute break, so we can stop, start, and make sure everything's good. Leo's just realised half an hour later that he was on the big blind twice.
Has he just realised now?
Obviously getting the messages from the guys watching. And you can't do anything without it now. It's player error at the time, I guess. And I know they had the change of dealers and the button didn't move. But if you're on the big blind, with the big blind ante, and you then do it again, it's an unfortunate thing that happens, I guess. We didn't want to break anyway, and absolutely not, Ben. It's only raining outside, cats and dogs. Where did that term come from?
I was just about to ask the same question. Weren't the Spice Girls, was it? Did they do a sequel of It's Raining Men?
The Spice Girls. The Weather Girls.
The Spice Girls. It's definitely the Spice Girls.
The Weather Girls did It's Raining Men. The Spice Girls. Where did it come from? Thatched cottages and roofs.
When it rains, to fall off the roofs.
Oh.
Look at this.
You used to go into the thatches to catch the mice in the thatches in the straw. Catch the mice when it rained and fall.
Well, there you go. It's raining cats and dogs. Nice and sunny where Ben is. It ain't in Manchester. It is piddling.
Piddling.
Piddle in. It is piddling.
Twan in the big. Delicious.
Nice trips for Twan Leo. Unbeknown holdings for Leo Worthington Lease.
I'm surprised to see the donk here from Twan. We know he's very unorthodox. I think we do just play pure check on this board. Leo still with the ace queen. Pocket queens. Does elect a donk. Leo calls with position. Twan going now for just south of half, 80 into 170. Leo out of there. Twan approaching quarter of the chips in play.
Very nice indeed. It's beautiful up in Edinburgh still. Very nice. Nice one, Dennis. Good to have you on board. Piano Cat still says it's nice and sunny here in Edinburgh. The sun is shining. Tom Gill's been playing golf in Edinburgh.
What?
Exactly.
In this weather?
It's beautiful sunshine in Edinburgh. But he played a golf course where they haven't mowed any of the fairways.
What?
Because it's too wet to mow them. It's a beautiful day.
Ace 10 for Leo in the big, sends it in for 16. Big C not going to be able to call.
Not with King Jack.
King Jack offsuit.
No, third of a stack with King Jack off. Won't be calling, won't be using a time bank either. Oh, she is. Time bank used.
Can't call this Big C.
Yeah.
Does get out of the way.
It's a bit windy in Edinburgh, but it's beautiful sunshine. Nice to have you on board, Edinburgh, wherever you are watching the live stream. Welcome to Manchester, Berry New Road. And as soon as we get to the final table, we will be having a restart of everything to try and fix the sound issues and hopefully stop the washer.
The washer.
You know, it's one of them things that Alice uses that you've probably not seen before.
No, I do my bit around the house. I do my bit here and there. I take the bins out.
You don't have the bins in the house. We'll fit through the door.
No, but
you know, five wheelie bins lined up in the kitchen.
When they're full, I take the bins to the bin. I take the bin to the wheelie bin. When light is full, I help out around the house.
Yeah.
I do my bit.
Did you leave built-in wardrobes and drawers and all sorts this time? You know they're going to be done, don't you? She's like a proper whirling dervish with the old flat packs.
Yeah, she is golden. For big seat with the ace jack and the big. So blind's going up in a minute's time. We will play through the break until we lose one because we are now hand for hand on the money bubble. Unaware of the situation on the outer table, what the stacks are, but if there is an all-in and a call, PK out there with the camera. We will head over. Jack 7 suited for Twan. Just going to apply the pressure on the money bubble. I think with his stack he is going to open close to any two cards. Just going to let him have it out of the way.
And now Thomas like now he's got 400k and 20 bigs in the safe zone, I reckon. But
I've just noticed Twan opened 5x. He's gone for the full 5x on the bubble, applying max pressure. 100 BBs basically.
Beautiful.
At this stage.
Leo and Thomas 20 bigs.
Brave man here, Tom Clack completing into Twan's big with all these chips because I just expect a raise to come in no matter what Twan is working with tower, and there you go.
And his card's not showing because he's moved into seat 2. The box might not be checked.
Yeah, and once again, nearly the full 5x. 4.7.
The pressure is on, and this is what's so good about bubble play. You see it a lot, and people say, shall we do a saver? Shall we stick a saver? None of that when it's a big tournament, but in your local comps, and you think you've got good...
They love it. They love it.
Good pre-flop action. Don't slow down, and just put the aggression in, and you can chunk up with the chips. You really can. It's a big part of the game.
Blackpool 30-pounder. You get to 9 paid, 10 there.
Yeah.
Would everyone go, should we chuck a tenner in?
They still do. They still do.
I actually got told off. Well, I didn't get told off. Indirectly, I got a... what's the word I could use without being rude? But the missus come back one night from playing Hill Street. It was the next day. She goes, someone was moaning about you the other night. He goes, you shouldn't be allowed to play if you're not going to sit and play the tournament till the end, because they couldn't do a deal on the bubble because you weren't there. I got lambasted. Perfect, Kev. Thank you. I got lambasted for it.
So they couldn't do a bubble saver because the person wasn't there to do the bubble saver.
Exactly that.
I love it.
Ace Queen for Leo, sends it in. And Big C not calling Ace 5, this will be getting through.
Next it shows an ace. And Ace Queen shown from Leo, so he's not doing it with nothing. He's not doing it for nothing. So we're into the next session. As soon as we get down to 9, there'll be at least a 20-minute break, because we will be stopping and starting everything to see if we can fix the washer.
Fix the washer.
And then we'll be fine. See, the question is if you know there's going to be a bubble saver, would you make it 2 out and say, shall we do a bubble saver? Because we know we're doing a bubble saver. We might as well do one now. The next sesh. Stato losing a huge one with queens against aces against queens, and the flop came queen jack,
as it does. Blind King Jack suited for Seb, just going to set it in for 16, going to get this through. The old dolly for Big C, can't call off, out of the way. Who's going to be our bubble boy or girl? Doubt Big C would be bubbling though, with her stack sitting pretty, probably 3rd or 4th in chips in the tournament. A lot of the chips in that man's stack over a quarter. Twan.
Into the next session we go.
So 25k BB now.
Is Ado still in?
I think John busted fairly early in the day.
John was out early, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was out well early.
Pretty sure of his. Have a quick butchers on the old app, but I'm pretty sure Ado was out early.
Just waiting for our table to complete.
2 o'clock John was out. 2 of the clock. And it's now 10 of 6. Any action on the outer table, we will bring it to you, of course. Next hand, please.
Do suited, just going to continue the aggression on the bubble. Goes for the 3x up. Now big blind at 25k. Big T, King Queen of clubs here. Makes the call in the small, and Tom Clack now 10-8 of spades, free way. Not going to choose to defend this one on the stone bubble. Oh, then Paul Apolli. It's great that you say that, because Jim's here right now. Evening, chaps. When's the Grosvenor Poker Cruise? When's it happening? Did you not? Was you listening yesterday? Pardon?
Do it on the Manchester Ship Canal.
Manchester Ship Canal.
We did try.
We tried.
We tried.
It's just a C bet from Twan, and gonna have to be hand over. You can see beautiful looking hand pre, but on that flop, Liverpool to Leeds would do.
Next hand, please.
And take. Twan chipping up so nicely, Tower. Just look now, 2.2 milli. Beautiful stack to have.
It certainly is.
Just 300k away from a third of the chips in play, just under.
Next hand, please. Big C with the Jack Queen. Leo says no thanks. Off we go.
So just raise and take.
Wait for the outer table. Minutes into the next session. There will be a 20-minute break, 25-minute break to the final table when we get there. Going to reset all buttons. So just waiting on the outer table. If anything does happen, then it's on to the next. But, no action there from Luke. Luke's not interested, he's looking around to see what's happening, but usually a good giveaway if anything does happen. And then you normally see PK wandering around with a camera and all sorts.
Well, looks like something is occurring. And it's Michael Rosserman, all in, and he has ace queen.
That'll do.
And he is up against
the
ace king suited of Ryan Plant. So Michael Rosserman at risk, gonna need a lady running clubs, running wheel to chop. Well, there is a club or a lady.
It's a king of diamonds. Michael Rosserman bubbles the high roller in 10th.
Brutal one for Ross up. Winning pre, bit of a cold deck when we're five-handed, ace king versus ace queen, and Ryan Plant chipping up nicely. And I believe
that's it.
That is it. So we are on a 20-minute break, guys.
Minimum of 20 minutes. We're about 22 minutes. We have to reset to get rid of the sound.
Sorry, the what?
Sound. And we will see you back for the final table. Full redraw on its way. Check back 20 minutes. Final table, high roller. See you then.
See you in 20.
Your opponents is key in mystery bounty tournaments. 888 Poker has an extensive mystery bounty tournaments offering every single day. After playing many of these, I realized that most players in these tournaments will play very aggressively and looser than in other traditional tournaments, probably because they want to build a big stack. I recommend that you bet bigger and more often with your value hands than you normally would. If you're seeing that your opponents are playing very loose, you're going to want to bluff a little bit less often. Focus on making chips with your big hands. Adjust to different stages of the tournament. Understanding the stages of mystery bounty tournaments is key to doing well in them. You have to adjust or you will struggle to really succeed. Once the bounties kick in, your fold equity will be smaller as players are incentivized to call all-ins in order to win a bounty. You will often see players calling you down with hands they never would in other tournaments. For this reason, I would go all-in with a tighter range than I usually would in traditional tournaments. Cut out some suited connectors and instead give priority to high cards and pairs. Pay attention to the remaining bounties. When you're playing a mystery bounty tournament, keep your eyes on the bounty list, as you need to know which bounties are still up for grabs. The average value of a bounty will vary according to those that are still available. Let's say all the major bounties are already gone. In this situation, the chips will probably have a higher value than a bounty. But if all the big bounties are still in, and there aren't so many players left, it's likely the bounty value will be higher than the chips. So don't focus too much on making a pay jump. Knowing which has more value, the bounty or the chips in play, will help you adjust and aim for the biggest payday. Don't forget about the prize pool. Don't forget, when you're playing mystery bounty tournaments, they do still have a prize pool. It's not always just about winning the bounty in a hand. Don't overvalue knocking out an opponent just for the bounty. I've seen so many blunders from people compromising their entire stack just to win a bounty and forgetting about the general prize pool. Most of the times, you still will need a strong hand to call all-ins. Don't just gamble for the sake of it. You have to evaluate risk and reward. If you bust out with a bad hand trying to take a bounty, you miss out on the rest of the tournament. Mystery bounty events are incredibly fun and can add a new layer of excitement to the game. And don't forget, always play responsibly.
You've probably heard that aggression is important in poker, but do you know when and how to play aggressively? My name is Alexandre Mantovani, also known as Cavalito, and today I'm going to share 5 tips to help you introduce more aggression into your poker game. Identify which boards are better for your range. When we raise and get called, there are some boards we can be very aggressive on. Let's assume that we open raise from early position and get called by the big blind. Any board that has 1 or more high cards, jack or higher, is usually a good board for us, and in the vast majority of them, we can bet our entire range.
Picture a king-queen deuce rainbow flop, for example. We have a lot of very strong hands in our range that our opponent simply does not have. We can have kings, queens, aces, and ace-king, which probably all of them our opponent would 3-bet pre-flop. So even if we have a part of our range that doesn't connect with this board, like ace-8 suited for example, we can still bet, and our opponent will have a hard time with a lot of hands they have, even folding better hands than ours, like pocket nines for example. Explore capped ranges. Another opportunity to be more aggressive is when your opponents have capped ranges. This time we open from the hijack and our opponent defends the big blind. We see a jack-10-5 flush draw flop and our opponent just calls our continuation bet. It's very likely that with this more connected board texture, our opponent would raise their strong hands aggressively, because a lot of scary cards can come out on the turn. Basically, any card from the 7 to the ace and any heart would make it pretty unlikely for our opponent to just have called us with a hand like ace-jack. That means that if the turn is a blank, we can play very aggressively, since our opponent is going to have at most a weaker jack-x type of hand, but usually a 10x or worse, and they're going to have a hard time calling down. Identifying these scenarios will increase your aggression naturally and will turn you into a very hard opponent to play against. Size matters. Being smart about the size of our bets is another way to add aggression to your poker game, as your bet sizes will have a direct impact on your opponent's continuing range. If you're playing against the big blind on a 9-5-3 flop and you bet one big blind, your opponent is going to continue with any piece of the board. On the other hand, if you bet full pot with this texture, our opponent is definitely going to fold most of their 3x, 5x, and weak straight draws. Your bet sizing will also have a big impact on how the hand is going to be played on future streets. If you bet one big blind on the flop and the turn is a 3, you should be somewhat careful because your opponent is going to have this card in their range more often. However, if you bet full pot on the flop and the turn is a 3, you can keep betting your best hands for value and be less concerned that your opponent has hit that card. Think about which part of the range you're targeting. With all of the poker training software out there these days, sometimes people forget that poker is a game of people and logic, and sound logic sometimes gets very similar results as software does. Let's go back to Jack-10-5 flush draw. Turn 6, river king, and we have a hand like king-queen suited. We know our opponent has gotten to the river with a weak jack most of the time, so we can still extract value from these hands with a not so large bet, like half pot. In the same context, we are going to have some bluffs like Queen-8 suited, and some value hands like Ace-Queen or Queen-9, and these hands benefit from very large bets. Queen-8 to make the opponent fold their weak Jack-X, and Ace-Queen, Queen-9 to make the opponent call with King-Queen or King-10 that they might have connected. Knowing which part of your opponent's range you're targeting will help you choose when to turn up the aggression. Know when to shut down. Even though the video is about aggression, it is important to remember that sometimes you have to just shut down. Aggression increases your profitability when now executed in the right spots, but sometimes we just have to shut down or we're going to lose a big chunk of this profitability. On the previous 9-5-3 board scenarios, we bet pot and get called. Turn 8, we bet again and get called again. Then the river pairs the 9. This is a scenario that we have to be very selective about both our value hands and our bluffs. By betting twice on this board, our opponent's range gets to the river as mostly 9x or better. So not value betting a hand like pocket 10s and shutting down sometimes with our bluffs like ace-deuce is important. As you can see, there are plenty of opportunities for you to introduce more aggression to your game. Study these spots and see for yourself what impact being more aggressive can have on your profitability. Which spots do you struggle with being more aggressive? Let us know in the comments below.
One of the most common situations you'll encounter in poker tournaments is defending your big blind. Both folding too much and playing back in the wrong situations can be a big leak of chips. There are a lot of factors that come into how you proceed. I'm Ian Simpson, Poker Pro and 888 Poker Ambassador, and these 5 tips will help you navigate when and how to defend your big blind. Defending your big blind and position. Like so much in poker, position is key when defending your big blind. If your opponent opens from early position, they've done so with up to 8 players left to act after them. Their range, therefore, is stronger than if someone raised your big blind from late position. Against an under-the-gun raiser, you defend your big blind less often than you do against a button raiser. You'll need a stronger hand to go up against your opponent's stronger range. A hand like 10-7 offsuit looks like a decent hand to defend your big blind with, but I would only do so against someone in late position and not against an under-the-gun raiser. It just doesn't have enough equity against an early position's more robust range. Defending your big blind by raising. Defending your big blind doesn't mean just calling, it means 3-betting too. The later the position your opponent raised from, the more you should be 3-betting, both as bluffs and for value. The earlier the position of your opponent, the tighter their range has to be because they've got so many players left to act after them. You'll be 3-betting less against an early position raiser since you're against a stronger set of hands. Similarly, when you face an opponent from later position, they can be playing more hands since there are fewer people left to beat. This allows you to 3-bet more often since you are against a weaker range. So, against a late position opponent, Ace-Jack suited is a value 3-bet. But against an opponent from early position, it is often better just to call from the big blind as they have fewer weaker hands that can call your value raise. Defending your big blind depending on raise size. You will face a number of different raise sizes while defending your big blind. The smaller your opponent raises, the more hands you get to play. The larger they raise, the more expensive they make it, the fewer hands you get to play. A hand like Jack Deuce suited is a fine hand to defend against a minimum raise. But if your opponent is raising to 3.5 big blinds, then it becomes a fold because you're getting a worse price. You should also 3-bet less often against the larger raise size, as you will be up against a stronger range of hands in that situation. Defending your big blind and stack sizes. How deep you're playing plays a big factor in how widely you'll defend your big blind. Suited hands, like 9-2 suited, have decent implied odds at 30 to 60 big blind stack depths for when they make a flush and end up getting paid by 2 pairs. However, when you're below 15 big blinds, the implied odds just aren't there. This makes the worst suited hands not worth defending in many situations. There also comes a tipping point at very deep stacks, where the worst suited hands actually begin to have reverse implied odds. This is because if your flush gets into a situation where 200 big blinds are going into the middle, your opponent will often have your flush dominated. They won't be paying you off with 2 pairs and the like as they would be when stacks are shallower. Defending your big blind and ICM. ICM, or the independent chip model, is an important concept in tournament poker. Without going into too much detail, the model demonstrates how important survivability is in tournament poker. It's a disaster to bust just before the payouts in a tournament. Some middling stacks are often forced to play tight and wait for short stacks to bust to avoid being eliminated before them. This means that we have to defend our big blind much tighter. Without ICM considerations, a hand like Ace-Deuce offsuit would make a fine hand to defend the big blind with, by either raising or calling. However, if you're approaching the money bubble, you might be better off just folding a nebulous hand like this while you wait for short stacks to bust out. So there you have it, 5 factors that influence how you should defend your big blind. The real challenge comes from combining all 5 of these aspects to come up with a game plan for all the situations you will find yourself in.
There are aggressive poker players out there that would move all in here with 9-8 suited.
Oh, he did.
Wow.
Snap, he hasn't really been doing that, and he's run into a monster, and this tournament could be over. Our short stack has picked up Ace-King.
Yep.
This is an incredible situation for them. Exactly what they're thinking about. Ah, they've just got more interesting.
But Duarte already folded queens. Oh, but this time he's going to move all in.
Alonso with the short stack, and he's all in.
5-4-4. Maybe he just knew the 10s were going to hold this time, and the 8 queens would not.
Well, let's see if he's right.
Running 4s will also win it for Alonso.
That's the cool way to win it. Bang.
Yeah. Alonso now drawing dead, and he will be our first elimination. Out in 9th place. Grane, after winning a hand with 5-4, picks up 2 blackjacks.
What a hand this is. 6-handed. Extremely powerful.
Yeah, Lechner might have thought about a 3-bet there if he was deeper, but
I think Lechner might want to just calm. Oh dear, this is brutal.
Amazing for Maru.
Yeah, you say brutal. Yeah. Maru's getting there. Brutal for who? Brutal, not brutal for me.
I mean,
thank you very much.
Jackson the cutoff, and you're not.
It's 6-handed. This is just, come on.
It's a cooler.
Yeah, absolute cooler.
Not over yet, guys.
Listen, you know what? When Rambo was in the forest and all those marshals were around him, we thought it was over. They thought it was over then, but it wasn't, okay? Rambo finds a way out.
What did he do with his pocket jacks, Rambo?
Flop a jack? No.
I still have faith. Rambo gets out.
I like the queens.
Rambo gets out.
I'm going to take the underdog. I think the queens are going to win.
No flush.
Rambo versus the world. Oh, it's Rambo! It's Rambo!
Watch this.
It's Rambo!
He's not Rambo.
He's Rambo!
That is so sick. It really doesn't get. This game doesn't really get more brutal than this.
I had all the faith in the world that Rambo was going to pull it out. If any of you have watched First Blood,
I feel
you
horrible.
knew Rambo was going to win that one.
So this is how quickly things can change. Leshner got down to about 15, 16 big blinds. He's back up to 29 with some successful shoves. Shove over your opening raise is a very, very good way to accumulate chips.
He's done a real... Oh, we could get a race here, though.
Aiyah.
This could be it. This could be it. This could be a moment. I mean, it actually should be. I think I think you have to call this with sevens, simply because Bertolli can shove the small pairs. He can shove small pairs. You're actually dominating him. You know, you don't love flipping, but I think to your point from earlier, you can't control every situation. You have to be willing to gamble a little bit, and that's the case here.
He has to call. He does call. We're going
He
to
makes the
race.
call.
We're going to race for Bertolli's tournament life.
Yep.
Big pot for both players. Over 2 million in it.
We've got the qualifier versus the olive oil tycoon.
Bertolli, if he gets chips, he's dangerous. Won a big tournament recently in Uruguay, but he could be out if he can't improve here.
The dealer's about to give the flop. It's exciting. And here it is. 10, 6, 4, 2 clubs out there. Nothing so far.
Yeah, nothing going
for
on.
Bertolli's ace or queen.
Oh, look at that. Felt level camera. Down to just 5 outs.
And you can see him in the top right corner of your screen. An ace or a queen. It's the jack of hearts. Saw some paint there, but it's the wrong paint for Bertolli and the right paint for Lechner. And Bertolli is out. Grane is in trouble here.
Oh, wow. Rambo is in trouble.
Yep.
Does Rambo get out of this?
Does Rambo get out of this one? Larilla is he's a tough customer. Really good post-flop, so this is where he excels.
I see. Rambo needs some ammo, says Fun Times. He's absolutely right.
Does the Grenader have one more grenade in his pocket?
If he doesn't, we're playing heads-up poker. Oh, wow. Almost over. Running cards required.
Yeah, even Rambo might struggle to get out of this one. Help on the turn. Oh, wait a second.
There's always a
Wait a
sweat.
second.
There's always a sweat.
Rambo, in his last dying effort, can he find the jack? He cannot.
Rambo has entertained us. That's not his real name. Granier is his real name. He's our last Spanish player, our longest Spanish player standing. Kings is a good hand.
That's a good hand. Leshner's got a pretty good hand, too. I mean, there is a world. There are aggressive poker players out there that would move all in here with 9-8 suited. Oh,
he did.
Wow.
Oh, snap. He hasn't really been doing that, and he's run into a monster, and this tournament could be over.
Oh, that's incredibly unlucky for Leshner. I mean,
That's incredibly unlucky.
I love the play.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
23 big, shoving
There's
with
nothing
9-8
wrong
suited.
with it. Just don't do it when he's got kings.
Yeah,
it's just bad luck.
Really bad luck. And this, we could be 5 cards away from the end.
Let's see if it holds
It's
up.
not over yet. Oh, what a flop.
There's always a sweat. How is this possible?
Always a sweat. By the way, if you see the flop, the funny thing is if he just calls.
It goes in. Yeah.
Well, no, I think he might even win it with the ace out there.
Maybe.
Oh, 33% of the time, he will hit a spade. Oh, now. It can't be the 5 of spades. Now it can't be the 5 of spades. Larilla with a set of kings. Is this it?
Leshner Army praying for one of the 7 outs.
The river. It's the 10 of clubs and a full house ends it. A battle to the end.
Today is the first day of the main event of the World Series of Poker.
I feel focused, I feel great.
I'm not nervous.
I'll do the cold plunge before my workout.
Which way to my table?
I feel good. I had a great meal.
I'm just trying to soak it all in, you know, and enjoy it.
Maybe over there?
Hey guys, we are already in the room. So there's nobody here at the moment, but this is gonna be full in like 20 minutes.
Let's see. Yes, horseshoe silver.
That way.
That way. Table 625. When the day actually came and I was walking towards the main event, I had to look for my table for quite a while because it is so huge. It was so many people. When I sat down, I was pretty nervous, but also really excited at the same time. Let's go, this is for all the marbles.
I think it's just the allure of the main event. It's the hype around it. It's how publicized it is. Anxious is a good way to describe it. I mean, I've done this for 15 years, but this is a different animal. My initial table wasn't that friendly. Hoodies, sunglasses, professionals, no talking, no smiling. I was hopeful that that wasn't going to be the vibe the whole time.
I've been playing the main event for, I think this is my 4th or 5th time. At the beginning I would be very nervous, and also when I would bust I would be very upset. Now with a better mindset and more experience, it's just my job. I play tournaments for a living, so I'm just showing up to this one. Business as usual.
Well, I played the main event before, but because I did so well in the previous times I played it, I was a bit pressure, like I really want to make it better than the other days, but you just play and try to play your hand the best way possible and be focused and try to make it.
I feel ready, excited about this. Hopefully I make good decisions, hopefully I run good, and whatever happens, happens.
Poker players, poker fans, welcome to the main event. How's everyone doing? I wish you all the good fortune that I've had, all the run good that I've had, all the luck that I've had. So everyone, shuffle up and deal.
My table draw was difficult, especially for day one. I had many good players. I think only 2 recreational players. On my left, I had Nick Schumann, and he's a
Jay's done one. Gone.
Shave the beard.
He's having his pit boss, so we fetched in the boss. Jim McShane going to run through a few things that's coming to change and what's happening in 2024 as the pit boss is replaced by the boss.
Pit boss chickens arrived.
But in seat number 1 we've got Seb Crane, in seat 2 is Stato, Andy Hume, Thomas Clack in seat 3, Ian Simpson in seat number 4, in 5 is Twan Lee, in 6 is Leo Worthington Lees, Ryan Plant in 7, Michael Howard and Bixie in seat number 9. And quickly show you the chip counts. All sound issues should be sorted. That's in seat order. And all running round, but in stack order, Twan Lee 2.2 mil, Ryan Plant 1.5 mil, Ian Simpson in 3rd on 1.4. Can he take another high roller down? Can he take another 888 tournament down? Oh, Jim McShane, how are you?
I can tell you that Ian's very happy because he's made the final table because he gets an 888 hoodie.
Yay! Yay! Nice indeed.
He's got a hoodie to wear on top of his hoodie.
Excellent. You're here to bring us some news regarding 2024 and I don't know if we're running into 25, who knows these things, but we have mentioned a few times that we thought there was going to be a refurb at London.
Yep.
In the Vic.
We're now officially official.
We're now officially official. So the last event in the Vic is going to be the GUKPT.
That's it, in May.
16th till the 26th. Oh, what could we take with us out the Vic? As a memento.
It's not like the last episode of Friends where you get to take something home.
So the last event in the Vic is that one. Jim's here to run through in the early stages of the final table because he's not here for the weekend because he's in Manchester and he's going home.
But we've got it all in already.
We've got Seb all in with a 460,000 and the blinds are 10.25. So any action on the final table we'll bring to you, but we've got Jim for 10 minutes, which is good of Jim before he heads on down the M6. And we'll see if Tom with the 4s calls. He's got 12 bigs. Not the one to put it in too lightly, I don't think, Thomas, and he won't do it with the 4s. So there's plenty coming up. 888 this year.
Yes.
Some of the legs have been superb.
Yep.
A couple of slow ones. I think a couple of players have realised that we're not 2021 anymore. We're not 2022 anymore. But it's still buzzing.
Yeah, I mean the 88 Tour, the UKPT partnership we've got with 888, it wasn't supposed to be the UKPT, it's an in-between tour.
Yeah.
It's events that are bigger than 2550s as a festival.
Yep.
But it's not a full 11 days UKPT.
Yep.
Runs concurrent with a 2550 weekend, so there's 5 2550s going on this weekend as well as us being here in Manchester.
Yeah.
So there's plenty going on up and down the country. You can't struggle to find an MPL event if that's what you're looking to play this weekend.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's gone well. This is obviously leg 4. We've got 2 more legs to go post Goliath.
Yep.
And then we have the 2 UK Poker Live 888 festivals post Goliath as well.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, you then introduced. What's this? You must have been in talks and Cardiff have thought we need to get back involved.
No, the big bosses went down, so they said, "What's going on in Cardiff? What are we doing?" So they said, "Let's send something back on down to Cardiff." So this is our opening salvo. Let's see how this gets on.
Yep.
See how it gets supported. See what we can do next. I've got a next window sitting if this does all right, ready for the next one for the post Goliath second half of the year for another Cardiff MPL event ready to go. So if this does all right, that'll be logged in for next.
Like it. I like it. What's the logic we're scheduling the 25 Cardiff the same weekend as Reading?
So it was about getting Cardiff started. So yeah, I mean, it turns out that it is this weekend. There's only 4 2550s on that weekend.
Yeah.
And to be honest, the way that it sits, it's not that far from Hill Street either. So probably the 2 nearest casinos other than Swansea to it, or the 2 nearest MPL casinos are both having MPL events. I mean, you wouldn't say that Hill Street and Reading are close to each other, but they're close. They're both quite close to Cardiff as the crow flies, even though they're in different countries.
Yeah.
Similar things to what we do up in Scotland. The Stockton's on, Glasgow's on this weekend. We've got plenty of card rooms. We've got plenty of events on. There are going to be certain times when certain things are close together.
Yeah.
We've got Leeds and Manchester coming up together on the same weekend soon. Luton and Coventry go together.
They're there on this weekend, aren't they? And they'll still be busy.
Yeah, and that's it. We've got the volume of players now that you don't want some of these events overrun.
Yeah.
It is a bit better sometimes if we do spread the events out to give make sure that day 2s are manageable.
Yeah, well, John says it's good to see you back in Wales and needs a GUKPT back as well. We have done, I think it's 5 GUKPTs in total in Cardiff. Might be 4 or 5.
Yeah, we have to do step 1.
Absolutely. Step 1 to 25-25.
Let's get step 1 going through and let's see how that looks.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, it's one of those where, like you said, Cardiff's back on the map. It's good to have a 25-25. Looking forward to some good reports from there. But mainly, we're here because of the Vic.
Yes.
And obviously, just quickly before the Vic, obviously we've got this coming up. Are you ready?
Oh, what's this? I've not heard about this. What is it? Where is it? When
ready?
Is it?
The Goliath, 25th of July till the 4th of August. That's the main event dates.
Yes, we're ready. We're prepped to be busier, bigger, more people, more days, more flights, more runners, more re-entries, more people coming through for day 2, bigger side events, more cash games. Cash games started earlier.
Yeah.
So it is going to be big.
Looking forward to it. Really am looking forward to it. And then we announced earlier.
Yes.
You've got one in Liverpool.
Liverpool's been flying this last year, 9 to 12 months.
Yeah.
So yeah, the team in Liverpool are putting a lot of stuff on at the minute. So this isn't just a tournament. This is a festival. So there will be side
the Summer
events.
Festival.
Yep, it's not just one tournament. It is a series. So there will be a full schedule to come out with it as well. So a lot of what we do, we know where we are. Our bigger venues, you know, we do the Vic, Luton, Blackpool, Coventry, Manchester, Leeds, a lot. So part of the plan for 2025, but also where we can the rest of this year will be to do some, you know, they do 25 and 50s and MPL events in Liverpool, but let's see if we can get them some more festivals and bits and pieces like that.
Yeah.
There's going to be some other venues that are going to start popping up soon as well for 2025.
Like it.
So this is just a pre-Goliath tester.
Anything on Bristol?
Yes.
As we're dying. I think all the southwest would love something in Bristol. I don't even know if you can even make it possible. In Bristol.
I was in Bristol 6 weeks ago. Went down and saw Adam, the GM.
Okay.
Adam previously been at Coventry with Goliath and Walsall, and he's interested in getting some poker tables into Bristol. It's a very small club.
Yeah.
But he's interested in getting some cash game tables up in Bristol to put an offer in at some point.
Oh wow.
That's
Awesome.
his plan.
Watch this space, basically. Nice.
Hi Vanessa, the schedule for Liverpool will be out. We can announce that in Luton next week.
Excellent. And obviously once it's on the app, you can then buy into any event that's on the app.
Yep, as soon as it's created, you'll be able to fly from there.
Yep. Any NPL events that will be, will it be part of the NPL?
It is part of the NPL.
Okay.
Obviously last year at the end of the year we had the 25-50 in December in Liverpool, but this
Yeah.
is obviously midway through the season, so that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Liverpool's got a festival there. They should be buzzing for that. Nothing too much going on here. Twan's got second pair flopped set for Seb in seat number 1 with just under 20 bigs. Goes check.
It's not a bad flop for aces.
It's a very good flop.
Twan's has dropped below the 100 big blind mark.
So snap call from Twanley with the queen. And that queen on the river. It is. It's a queen on the river. Wow. Catch up, Mikey, please. He has already caught it, and now we're leading out. Well, there's definitely a 5th street on there. It's definitely a queen. It looks like the queen of spades, is it? It's queen of clubs? He's got the queen of spades in his hand.
So he puts in a time bank before he decides to raise.
Yep.
That's becoming quite prevalent now. They're saying in the chat that Stato folded pocket sixes. Shove and a call. Double up to Seb.
So we're going to double up completely.
There's your queen of clubs. Nice milli pot.
Twan Lee drops down to 1.8. Seb gets a full double. Flop to set. River to house. Queen on the river for Twan Lee.
Time bank card was what got him there.
Yep.
That brings him back to close to the pack. He's down to 1.8 mil. All the short stacks got excited. They thought they were going to get a ladder. Doubled up.
So Seb gets himself a full double up, and Stato folding the sixes. Could have been three-way carnage. So back to London while we've got Jim. any more action, we'll bring you that. Love one. We've got a few changes.
Yes, so
and this is mainly while you're here regarding just talking about the Vic. The last event is the 26th of May on the bank holiday weekend. And then, does it shut completely?
No, fully open,
No.
fully operational.
Is it really?
Yep, yep.
Be like Vegas when they move the curtains.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of phases. There's going to be a lot of stages. So it'll be fully operational the whole way through, but it's just not going to be able to hold festivals. So
Right.
cash games will be open the whole way through. Business as usual in terms of the cash game offer. We just won't be able to offer any festivals for the period of the refurb.
Yeah.
It's going to go into next year as well. So obviously,
Oh, is it? Oh, right, okay.
this is the end of 2024.
Right.
Obviously, normally we do leg one start off MPL playoff in the Vic.
Yeah.
Leg one obviously won't be in the Vic. There'll be a relaunch festival when the Vic's ready to go, all singing and dancing. Everyone to come down and have a look.
Yeah.
After the refurb's been and done. But
what's the time scale? If it's all on time.
So we're probably looking at March, April.
Okay. Okay.
So it's a good 9
Wow.
months. Yeah.
No, it's going to be a full refurb.
Oh yeah, it needs it. It's an old building, so it's a full gutting. It's pipes, it's electrics, it's lights, it's everything. It's the whole kit caboodle. If you remember, we had the power cut in the grand final.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of the plumbing, a lot of the toilet stuff all needs clearing out and gutting and bits and pieces. So, seen a lot of the plans, and it looks spectacular.
Wow.
It looks phenomenal. You know, if it comes out the way that it does on the designs, it's really, really going to be nice.
Excellent.
But as a result, as you see there, it means that we've got to move a couple of events.
Yep.
Couple of 25/50s. One moves to Luton, one moves to Reading South.
Nice to get ready, no?
Yep. Again, you know, if you're talking in terms of, you know, Reading technically is now outer London, isn't it? It's northwest London. It doesn't mean too much of an uplift. So yeah, we got the 10-day 8-8 Poker Live
coming
That's
back
in
here.
August, back to here. Got all the space, great venue in Manchester.
Yeah, it's superb.
The Northwest Market, you know, it warrants having an event of that size. The 888 guys are really excited to come up and have that event off the back of what we're doing here this week.
Yeah.
This event that's on now, the UKPL, the smaller 6-day festival, that moves from the Vic into Reading South. 25/50 moves from London to Luton.
Yep.
As does the grand final.
Yeah.
So the grand final moves to Luton.
You've obviously already thought about the schedule for the grand final and things that haven't been announced just yet.
Yep.
So are the schedules just going to be exactly the same, just the location's different?
Yep, just a locational change. Dates are the same, schedule's the same, just moves from its Vic location to its new locations.
Let me just quickly head back to the room because we've got an all-in and a call by the look of this. Leo with his short stack of Ace King suited. 8s for Michael in C number 8.
Ryan's in as well.
And Ryan, who 3-bet pre. So Ryan Plant with the Ace 5, Michael Howard with the 8s, and Leo Worthington Lease with the Ace King. And flops a king as well for Leo. So the 8s at the moment are going to double off the Ace 5. Leo is going to treble. And does, so the Ace King for Leo gets the treble to 895. Michael drops to 360 and Ryan drops to 890. Whew! 3-way action. We could have been down to 6.
Not too bad for Michael. He had a free-way all in, went from 470 to 360.
Yeah, not too bad at all.
Side pot looked after him.
Yeah, the 8s take the side pot with the Ace 5. Leo trebles to 900,000. Very nice indeed. So back to London with the changes. Thank you very much. Is the May Vic still on? Yes, it is. The May stop is still on, which are these dates. So quickly run to these dates. There we go. The Vic, 16th till the 26th. That's the last event in the Vic as you know it. It will not be the same again. That is definitely on for that leg. The 26th of May, bank holiday weekend, is definitely on in the Vic, and then things change because there's a 9-month-ish refurb.
Yep.
So we were just saying about the grand final. You've probably got yourself a little, already looked at the schedule to find out what's going there, and just ready to dot the I's and cross the T's to finalise it. But just a change of venue.
Yeah, so it moves to Luton. Obviously, we're moving the 888 to Manchester.
Yeah.
Coventry's got so many big events on already.
Yeah.
So it means that it makes sense that goes to Luton. Geographically, it's not too much of a move. All the London players come into Luton rather than coming to too far up north. Although Coventry would be a great location for it, but we're doing leg 1 for the relaunch for the GKPT next year in Coventry because the Vic's still shut.
So basically, they'd end up with October, Goliath, October, November, December, January, and it just full on for Coventry. So
yeah, so that's why Luton gets to go with the grand final, and then another 25-50 that moves across from the Vic over to Reading South.
Got you.
And again, Reading South, their 25-50s have been doing 100, 120k prize pools recently.
Excellent.
So the team down there are really having some big.
All changes going to be made on the app and ready to rock and roll if you click on things.
So for the app, obviously none of these were created yet. This is all post Goliath stuff. So once they all get their schedules created, that'll all just get updated on the app as those new events with those new locations.
You know, PK's got some tweaking to do as well, don't he?
He's got some.
Everything's got to be stripped back naked.
I changed it just to give PK a bit extra work to change some bits and pieces around.
Yeah. But and I do like Manchester, Bury New Road. I think obviously when you think of London, you automatically think what's closest to London, so we'll just stick it there.
Yeah, no.
I think another 10-day festival here.
Yeah.
With the card room as big as it is and as good as it is.
Yeah, and that's it. And you know the events we've been having here recently, Northwest Poker in a minute is absolutely flying. So yeah, let's bring it up here and have a full festival, full branding in the room from 888, and get everyone up here for that. It'd be really, really, really good.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we see any of the 888 guys later in the year? Will we see them all back on tour?
Yeah. They were supposed to be coming here for this event.
Right. Okay.
$2.5 grand to fly from Tel Aviv to the UK.
Wow.
Obviously, what's going on in Israel at the moment, it's tough for them to get out at the moment. So they're looking to come over for Leeds. The next stop for the UKPL. So yeah, it's very tough to get in and out of Israel at the moment. So they're looking to come over for that.
Yeah, regarding the 888, that's what it would have looked like. Obviously, London is now Manchester.
Yep.
And September is now.
No. Yeah, sorry. The first London is now Manchester. The second London is now Reading South.
Yeah, excellent. So they're the changes. So the first London, 15th of August till the 25th, is here at Bury New Road, and then the 29th of September is Reading South. So they're the two changes for the 888 on that festival. Whoa.
Lots changing, lots going on.
So you must have been in the back. And it can't be easy because once the refurb, like you've been waiting for the confirmation of the refurb in the Vic, and you've not had it signed off, and everybody's been talking about it. We think it's happening. We think once it's signed off, then you've got to get in touch with you've been talks with every GM and every poker manager.
I actually started. It was originally supposed to go into the 2022 schedule, and I tried to put it in, and then it never happened. And then this year I didn't plan for it, and it did happen. So it's always that way around. It's always these things, isn't it?
So there's plenty for us to talk about regarding what is happening with the changes.
So that's all in pen. That's all done. That's all changed. That's all now fully confirmed.
What, you mean there's something in pencil?
I've got through to December 25 in pencil. So next year's already filling up. There's already most of the events are in place.
Yeah.
We've got some big stuff coming up in next year as well.
Brilliant. Awesome stuff. Well, thanks to all the information regarding the changes. We'll get them on our template so everybody can see all the new changes with the dates and the places. All the dates are basically the same.
Dates are the same, just to change the location.
Change of venues for the 2550s and the 888s and the grand final. And leg 1 of next year has already been. Is that penciled or is that by roading? Leg 1?
Leg 1 Coventry's in pen.
It's confirmed.
It's in pen. And someone's just asking there about May's UKPT. That schedule's ready. That'll be coming up, so that'll be with you in the next couple of days. That's all set and ready to go. Leeds is ready to go. That's all coming up.
Yeah.
So we've still got 3 UKPTs before Goliath.
We have.
And then we've got Liverpool as well. So yeah, busy.
Yeah, we've got 3 events to live stream before Goliath, before the summer recess. So yeah, plenty to change, but it's all there and it's all set in stone now. The dates are exactly the same, just the venues have changed. That's all.
Yep.
And we'll continue with the final table of the high roller. Good with the numbers?
Yeah,
19 buys for day 2.
Yep.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, it was really good. It's, you know, the league's really pulling people through.
Yeah.
It's going to be some nice payouts by the end of the year for the high roller followers and the players that have been. It's interesting to see obviously who follows the tour up and down and who it is that jumps in by leg to leg.
Yeah.
It's been quite a nice field, I think, here at Manchester. It's not just all the same faces all the time. It's been a good mix.
It has indeed. Well, thanks for all the information.
Good.
You're now ready for Goliath. Satellites on Grosvenor running. All the tickets are there.
Yep.
Everybody's loving the 5 into 30 into 100 into £1,000 credit and £2,000 packages and stuff.
Yep,
They're
loads
very
of ways to get in. Lots of value going on everywhere. Satellites running non-stop everywhere.
Yep.
So yeah, really good opportunities for people to get into play. You know, even if you got your first bullet, people are stockpiling. There'll be people sitting there with 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 entries to be able to use if they need them.
Excellent stuff. All is good.
Okay.
So, thanks to Jim McShane for all the updates regarding changes to where we're going to be having the venue with the Vic having a 9-month refurb.
Yep. But as I say, still fully open.
Yep.
Cash games will still be flying.
Yep.
Lots of action still going on at the Vic. We just won't be having the festivals.
All is good. And 2 new additions since we came last month with Liverpool and Cardiff. Very nice indeed.
Well, we can't get Liverpool in Europe, so we might as well get them in a poker festival.
Oh, well. Somebody said to me yesterday, he says, see, Merseyside had another referendum yesterday. I went, what are you on about? He says, yeah, Liverpool left Europe again. You can't do anything about the football.
It's my team, so I can say it.
It is.
Cheers, Tom.
Cheers. Thanks, Jim. Jim McShane, big Liverpool fan. Big Liverpool fan. He's Jim McShane. But that's why he can laugh and joke about Liverpool, unfortunately. But out they go.
Can you not laugh and joke about Liverpool anyway if you're not a Liverpool fan?
Yeah, all the time. We have indeed. Well, we've got Steve Evans back. I'm not too sure if that's good or bad, but there we go. Thanks to Jim.
Cheers, Jim.
Thanks to Jay for sitting in there. How was the pit, boss?
Really nice. Really nice. How's it started, Tower?
Yeah, all is. We've had a triple up in seat number 1.
Triple up?
We've had a triple up in seat number 1 with Ace King. We had a triple up, and the rest as we go. Twan Lee dropped down to about 1.8 mil.
Tom going for 40k on the river. He's Jack Hyatt for Ryan Doubt. He's going to be calling this once he goes check. Tom could value bet anything as Finn. As a 7, an 8, a 9. Going to have 6x as well from the big.
So we will spam you with the changes to everything that's moved from the Vic. Now the refurb has been confirmed.
How are we doing? Like to fish on Twitch. Good evening to you. This is the final table of the high roller.
Like to fish. I tried fishing twice in my life.
I tried it as well for a period of a couple of months. I was at school, and I doubt anyone in the chat's from around that area, but there used to be a lake in Waltham Abbey called Claver-Hambury, and they had 2 lakes. They had one lake where people would actually fish, and they had the top lake where you could just get a loaf of bread and throw it in, and all these carp would come to the top, like, and you'd get the net out and you'd scoop like 12 carp in one net. Honestly, it was brilliant. And that was the only time I attempted to fish sour. Claver-Hambury in Waltham Abbey.
I just got bored.
Huh? No, you would, trust me, you wouldn't get bored if you have a loaf of bread. You're at this lake, and there was hundreds of them. You'd throw the bread in, they'd all come up.
I literally got bored. I was thinking, why am I sat here waiting for fish to get hungry? And that was it. I thought, that's not for me.
King 10 for Seb in the hijack off of 40. Gonna let this one go. Is it me, or whenever we get to one of these final tables, is Stato just there? Is he part of the furniture now, Tower? He's always there in these high roller FTs.
Good to see Ian Simpson. Who we got on the 2 balls today, Jay? Any sweats? Haggis?
Haggis, I had a 2 ball Acker again. Everyone's in for one of them, except I'm waiting for Fitzpatrick to beat Taylor with 2 to play, and he's 2 clear. And if that wins, that's in.
Taylor?
Yeah. And if that wins, we're in again. Literally, we're just printing this week on the golf. I just need Fitzpatrick to hold a 2 lead, and 1's up.
Crushing in the 2 balls, basically. He only found out about the bet last week. He's won about 48 grand since. He's only been here 2 weeks. Beginner's luck. Well, maybe. Man doing well. We'll bring him down to earth tomorrow with Towers Trouble.
Yep, we will. Don't you worry about that. That is a certainty.
And now we've got live commentary. Fitzpatrick, 8 foot putt for
They love
on
it.
17.
They love it. Do you know the best thing, these nuts? So on one of the 2 balls in the Acker, I had Fowler and Todd, and Fowler was 1 clear with 2 to play, and he only goes and double bogeys the 17th and then gets that line in for me. Just don't know what's happening at the moment on the golf. Running too good, not used to it. And look at this freeway action. Open from Ryan under the gun. Ian flattening the jacks on the button. Leo comes in.
Ace I flop, ace, queen, 7.
Not what you want to see in E-Tower.
One of the worst flops you could see with pocket jacks. How to play jacks.
Great video. One of the all-time legendary videos. Checked over to Ian. He's probably going to be checking this back here with the 2 overcards. Ryan just checking to in-position player, and actually has a very tidy hand to check here. 10 of clubs on the turn. Does bring in Broadway draw for both Leo and Ian, and Ryan actually all bringing in the Broadway draw to go with their pair. Interesting decision point for Leo now after flop checks through. And he's going to go on the value hunt, leading out. And it's a strong lead from Leo, leading into 2 strong ranges on a board that both of them will have the nuts. The under the gun opener can still have all the sets. Goes for 70, third pot. Ryan, very nice fold from him with the king queen, not losing a streak, and over to Ian, 4-1 on his money with the jacks. But difficult to continue still, Tower. Even getting 4-1 and a gut shot to go alongside it, because this lead from Leo very strong, leading into two ranges that can plausibly both have the nuts and all the strong hands. And nice fold from Ian, does get out there. Yeah, bet done surely. We're open, so these. Says Taylor's in the bunker. Fitzpatrick 8 foot for birdie.
Beautiful. So 9 players still left on the final table of the high roller. Crown a champion sometime tonight.
What happened to Twan's chips, Tower? He had like 2.3 milli.
He lost it. He was part of the treble up.
Oh, he was part of the treble up, okay.
Yes.
Going to open on the bottom, raises to 60k.
Queen I flop, Queen E3. Whiffs both.
9 interaction seems like a nice one to continue as Twan. Gonna opt to check this one back. 7 of clubs on the turn, Ryan getting to realise that equity and snags the 3 outer.
Nice. Ends up with trips on the river. How big do we go for Ryan? I go small.
Yeah, I think I'd probably go small as well, Tower. But it comes.
See if we get 4, go a quarter.
Try and target some ace high. Could be the idea here. Go for a small size in. But then you can flip that and say, if we go big, does it not look like we're trying to flush out an ace high? If we opt for a big size, may look bluffy, like we're trying to fold Twan off of the ace high, and that's exactly what Ryan's done here. Trying to make it look like he's just sitting here with a hand that can't show down, and knows that Twan's going to be at the ace high end a lot of the time, and trying to get some heroes from these hands, making it look like a bluff, because Twan might think, why would you go this big? Looks like I got ace high, surely you want to call. And you sort of get in that levelling war with yourself. Going to use time bank is Twan. These are really hard, these spots, almost guesswork in a way, and looks like he is going to pay with the ace-9 high and sees the ace-7 and Ryan up to a milli. Twan down to 1.6 milli after a very big chip lead to start this FT, and now Just 7 big separating him and Ian Simpson.
Four shot lead for your man.
4-shot lead going down the last. How can this go wrong?
Don't think it can.
I don't think it can either, Tower, but you never know.
Find a way.
No ties, no win, Haggis, because you can bet on the tie.
You can.
So if it's a tie, it's bet down, unfortunately. How are we doing, Dire Straits? Good evening to you.
Let's go, Ian. Let's go, Ian. Second in chips, 46 big, sitting good. We're all in the money now. Everybody is in the money. There are the payouts. 2,250 locked and £24,015 to the winner.
Jean van der Velde, is it, Jay? Says Blue. Who the hell is Jean van der Velde?
If you want to see the best blow up in golf ever,
yeah,
after YouTube, John van der Velde.
Oh, okay.
I think it must have been I think it was the Open when he was something like 5 clear. Then he hits his ball into water, takes his shoes and socks off, and he tries hitting it out a foot of water.
Not take a
It
drop.
was the funniest thing you've ever seen.
Oh, wow.
The guy must have been, I don't know what it was. The guy was just Carnoustie, was it? Oh my days. That was. Peter Alice was absolutely just going spare. What are you doing, man? Get your shoes back on. Just take a drop.
Sounds like me in the comms when something happens. I'm like, what are you doing? How are we calling? So Ryan going to continue here for 30k. Should see call from Bixie here with ace high against the button. 1 BB. Turn that is very likely to go check check. Yeah, 5 of hearts on the river, and Pixie just wanting to check here. Doubt we're going to bluff ace high. Like, still going to beat some like 9-8 suited, 8-9 suited, 7-8 suited. Chop with some other suited ace-X, and I like Ryan's decision not to value bet here. Difficult to get called by worse. I'm just going to take a small one his way.
Final 9. There's the money.
I got Fitzpatrick as one of my main bets as well.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I've got I've done Fitzpatrick and the Korean lad and BH for the Heritage.
Oh, okay.
And the 2 picks I had at the start of the tournament. Both still in the mix, what you like to see. I'll tell you what, if I get another winner on the golf this weekend, so I'm just quitting poker. I'm just professional golf better after that. Tower's got me hooked. Ian 7-8 from +2. He'll be getting out of the way. Twan still with chip lead, only slight, but going to open 8-9 off here from low jack. Buy-in and prize pool at the bottom of your screen, rolling across now. We've got a bit of action. Both players flop pair and straight draw, up and down middle for Seb, dummy and gutter, and bottom for Twan. Seems like one that on first glance seems like a nice check back as Twan, with bottom pair and a straight draw to go alongside it, and does go with check. And I think Seb's still with one that wants to be checking over to Twan here, the Jack 10. Full rainbow board now. We've got the insurance of our up and down, and if it's checked again on clean rivers, we then can go on the value hunt. However, this is not one that we are going to be going on the value hunt on. We'll connect with Twan. Now Twan is probably just going to take showdown against big blind, still be enough to check this back.
Indeed it does. Seb with a check mark up to 1.1 million from 36 bigs.
How are we doing, Donna? Dark Angel in the chat. Good evening to yourself. King Jack for Thomas. Out of the way from under the gun. With the A6 opens to 60k, just raise and take there for Ryan. All good, Donna. I'm sitting up straight, keeping the spine intact. For Seb on the button, lets it go, not raising into these two short stacks, and 9 deuce off for Stato here in the small, probably going to be a walk for Tom Clack. Thomas Clack gets the walk.
Nine players left. We are all in the money. Michael with a king 8 in the middle with the 9 bigs. Looks like it's working. Indeed it does.
Pixie out of the way. Seb Jack 8 will do the same.
It's almost like been grinding all day, hasn't he? Done well, got in the money again. Well done, Thomas.
With for both players, Tuan does have the only diamond with the Queen 5. Going to check this back off to turn, which is the King of Hearts. Yeah, I'm going to go for just north of a BB bet with the Ace 8, and this is probably value here, Tower, from Ian. With the Ace 8, once flop goes check check, just make an assumption that a King of 7 or 4 might have a stab on the mono board, therefore Ace 8 high going to be the best hand enough at the time, expecting Tuan to raise the better Ace X pre with position, and does just flush out the equity of 2 live cards and a flush draw.
Folding round in turn. Thomas Clack, that's it, him off. Need a drink.
It seemed like a loo run more than the drink run, because the drink, you see the drinks machine. You could have a quick nonchalant walk over, have a look over your shoulder, see what's going on. Tuan here, Ace 5 off in the small, could potentially go for free bet here, make this like 220. Let's go, Tuan does find it. It goes 175. I think at like 45 effective, you might want to be putting a slight bit of added juice on this as Tuan. And Leo, King Queen of Spades off of 31 here, will understand the situation of what could be going on here, Tower, as Leo. So gonna use a bank and thinking about whether to cold 4-bet rip King Queen here for just north of 30. Recognises Ian's going to be opening huge proportion of range on button. Recognises that Tuan has him covered first and second in chips and will be doing a lot of light 3-betting with some ace and king blockers. So with all this money in the pot, Leo thinking about going for the cold 4-bet rip here, and what a play. What a play. So hard to take for this amount of big blinds. 33 bigs just shy off. But just recognising exactly what's going on here between Tuan and Ian. And this is so tidy, Tower, from Leo.
They called me all in with the Ace 5. Yes, there is gas. We're in the void in Berrynew Road in Manchester, and There is a slight humming in the background. It's the aircon for the whole building. Not a lot we can do about it, unfortunately, you man.
Yeah, this is always getting through. Twan just trying to save face.
Yeah.
Make it look like he wasn't free betting Ian Simpson light. A great hand to choose as well, Tower. The suited king queen, great removal, blocking kings, blocking queens, ace queen, and ace king. And not only that, like this hand would do well versus ace king, not in terms of it would be in front, obviously, but it'd still have a nice, healthy, like 35% against some ace king, as long as we don't run into the aces, kings, or queens. Best time to get caught bluffing is pre-flop when equities are running finest. Twan surely just thinking about taking his time to make it look like he's not free betting Ian Light, surely not calling off, does get out of the way. Oh, then Ewan McNicholas. Twan could call this off. Seen crazier things. He is a crazy man.
That is true.
Oh, then Pokemel. Evening, gents. Case out while stream on and packing for Malta. 4 sleeps to go. Who packs 4 days before a holiday? I'm usually rushing around in the morning. Where's this? Where's that? Like the prep mail. Oh, then Ravi Chef tuning in as well. School of Knowledge. Just got this on. Who's the aggressor on the table? Well, only been running 30 minutes or so this final table, but probably the most aggressive prospect is the man in seat 5, coming with 2.3 million. Lost probably 40% of that stack so far, but won't shy him away for sure. Twan would still be happy to get after it regardless of chip lead or not. My mate is in Manchester playing tonight. Any chance I will see him on stream? And if you see him now,
yep.
If you don't, no. If he's on there now, yes.
Yep.
If you don't know, this is the final table. We will be finishing, crowning a champion, I reckon about 10:30, 11 o'clock.
This is the only one we are streaming today. This will go on till about 11 PM.
Pocket queens for Seb. Oh, and the Stato.
Wow.
About 2 hours ago, Stato ended up getting it all in pre, aces versus queens, and he was flopped nigh on dead. It come queen, queen, jack. And surely just have to jam here. Got no room for flatting off of this stack. Not going to have any flats, so therefore it's going to be what I'm guessing is an all-in, but going to go for the half stack. Slightly more than half, just to balance it out when we have a hand that's like, for example, pocket nines, and then it goes all in, Seb all in, and then we can fold, go for the ladder, keep our tournament life intact. But now no one waking up with anything behind, and is it going to be deja vu for Stato, or can he fade this time? Good news for him, unbeknown, is 1 queen in the muck, so case lady needed for Seb.
That's not it. Jack 6. This is looking like a double for Stato. The aces for Stato. This time there's no quads with the queens. This time it's a double.
A big double for Andy Hume. Stato up to 885, Seb down to 685. Nothing Seb can do. Cold deck. We move on.
Gas says Oxford versus Stevenage tonight. What do you think? Steve Evans gone as well.
You're asking him about football tips.
Steve Evans has gone back to Rotherham United. It's not a good idea.
You're asking this man for football tips.
It's never ever a good idea to go back to a manager you got rid of.
Is it not?
You got rid of him for a reason. You don't go back to him. It's pointless. We're going to have 12 months of doing absolutely nothing now.
I guess.
And then they get rid of him because he's done nothing.
I guess.
So it's another 12 months wasted of Rotherham United trying to be successful. Just don't do it.
Worked out well for Kenny Dalglish at Liverpool.
He went back as manager.
Yeah.
Not as a player. You can't see. Have you seen the clip of Steve Evans? Have you seen that clip of Steve Evans? Like I told you to watch, when he's running up and down the Wembley side.
I have not watched it.
Oh, you need to watch it. What do I think tonight? It's going to be 2-0 Oxford, and they're going to win both halves.
Well, get on.
It's going to be 1-0, 1-0.
That means get on Stevenage, win both halves.
There you go. That is my tip. Oxford 2-0, and win both halves. Don't even know if that's even a bet anymore. Is that a bet anymore?
Yeah, it is.
Can you win both halves?
Yeah, it is a bet. Ace Queen for Leo in the cut-off, raises to 60. Yep, that is Bixie in the 9-seat Manor Straw. I'm getting a bit worried, Tara, because D's Nuts hasn't come in the chat and let me know about the golf, so I don't know if Fitzpatrick is on his 13th shot, but I've had no confirmation. Ace 9 for Michael Howard. This will do, Tower, for 9 bigs. There we go, all in. Whoa, Jack 10 suited for Seb. This is intriguing with ICM. Obviously, in terms of chips, Jack 10 suited, 100% call here. Michael, would he shove some 10-9 suited? Jack 9 suited, yes he would. Going to shove a lot of ace-x, if not all, which we're going to be flipping against as long as there's no card interaction. And is going to say, I think this is good enough. Does make the call with the Jack 10 of diamonds and basically flipping these two in between us.
Yep, and we're blind at 30,000. 9 bigs and 20 bigs. We'll swap stacks if Michael wins and stays in front.
Well, now fading aces, 9s, as well as jacks and 10s. Won't want to make a pair, Michael Howard.
He does have the blockers. And a Jack on the river, the dirty Jack for Seb. Michael Howard from Sheffield. Busting out.
Yeah, unfortunate for Michael. Seb makes the call, finds the river, and down to 8.
Yep, £2,250 for Michael. First out in the money, but he got in the money. So well done to him.
Cheers, Haggis McTavish, for the information. Michael says loose call Jack 10. I'm not sure it is. I know one thing, and I know heads up we can call Jack 10 up to like 13 in a heads up situation, Jack 10 off. So button versus big blind in terms of chips for a 9 big blind shove, we can definitely call Jack 10 suited. with the intricacies of it being a final table, ICM, all that malarkey, I'm not sure, but I'm guessing it's in there. If Seb's calling, these guys are a lot better than me, going to be a lot more studied than me in Hold'em MTTs, final tables. So Tom going for the half stack from under the gun with the ladies. Stato ace 10 in the big blind. So I think this is in. I think this has to go for Stato. I could be wrong again because it's so intricate, but Tom should actually be shoving slightly wider now that he's gun. He's got 9 bigs because he's about to invest 2.5 BBs once he goes through, and then he's got 6.5 bigs if he goes through the blind. So I think we are supposed to call as Stato because there'll be some ace X we dominate, some king 10, queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited,
and he does call,
and he does make the call.
Thomas Clack, who's been grinding a short stack all day, has now got queens to double to 6-2-5. Can he hang on? Thomas Clack, C3. Stato, C2, ace 10. With a 10 on the flop.
Yeah, a couple of extra outs for Stato. Ace or 10. Yeah, nice clean turn for Thomas Clack. So fading 5 outs, no ace, no 10. Barry!
Oh, buried!
Where's he come from? Oh, that's grim. On the river as well.
Ouch.
Can't just put it on the flop. Have to prolong the misery. Thomas Clack. Another deep run for him. I believe another unfortunate bust out for him, but keeps on knocking on the door. There again, Tom Clack, £2,630 for him to take home.
So, Stato takes out Thomas. Well done, Thomas. Another good effort. Another run. Another cash. Well done, that man.
I know, Hanskin. Stato not running horrific. What's going on? To be fair, if you tuned in earlier, I did mention it. He got it in for a milli chip pot when we had 2 tables out with aces versus queens and was flop dead. Well, dead to running aces.
Yeah.
I've had, I had outrights on Wednesday, man, a straw. Any bets on the golf, he asked me. I've got the Korean lad, ANBH, and I've got Fitzpatrick. They're my 2 outrights, but I've been having a little punt on the 2 balls every day. Nothing silly. And we've been running pretty hot at the old 2 balls. Tower introduced me.
And he's done well. Boy, done good.
Which one's our clock tower?
The right one.
The
oh
right
no,
one.
forget that.
Yeah, because
no, there's 4.
There's 4 there now.
Pass.
I think.
You think? Here we go.
Right, it's not main event.
Jay's
That's
thinking.
top left. I think it's top right still. Thank you.
Jay's thinking. There should be 40. There should be 3 minutes on the clock. If we go back to the overview in a bit, there should be 3 minutes on the clock.
Couple of aces for Ryan.
So it's none of them 2. Well, we'll see a flop with 10-3, defending the big. Flops are 3 as well.
Small continue from Ryan. Quarter pot. Twan makes the call, and one that just want to be going bet with Ryan here on almost all runouts. Probably going to put a bit more juice on the size on the turn now. Not going to be going as small as quarter, probably closer to half now on the turn. Or has he gone big? Looks like he's gone over bet here. Is this pot size 250? Either way, we lose Twan. Gully says, you know you're going to start getting it in the neck once these two balls start drying up, don't you, Tower? Like the treble. Hold on a sec, Gully. Hold on. I've got one thing to say. These two balls are all off my own back. I study. I put them on. He's not giving me any tips. Your treble is what you tell me to put on.
You said the way you studied was you like the name and it's more letters in the name that you back. That's what you said.
If it works, it works.
Love that studying.
It's pretty good.
Whoever's got the longest name wins.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
Come on, the Benz are due.
That's why you're back Fitzpatrick.
Yeah. Ace King for Sep. Raises 260. I love Twan. You just can't not like this guy.
Absolutely not.
Just unfazed in there with the 5-3 suited from the small. Leo comes along with King Queen in the big, and we're going 3-way to the flop. With City for the lot. No one even with a draw here. The two overcards are Seb with a not high hand out in front, but Twan does not give a damn. Off he goes, donking the 10-10-7 with the 5-3 hearts. And Seb now in the cage with Ace King versus half. It's frustrating because difficult to continue, and this is what I mean about this guy. He's so unpredictable. Ace 10 for Bixie under the gun here. Would like to see open off a 12. It's just one of these, if we open Jam Tower, we don't get called by stuff like Ace 9.
Yeah.
Like best case scenario when called, seeing something like Pocket 9. So this one just a much better attempt to still, when we've got the whole table to get through, we can still extract some value from the big blind defend range. Still extract some value from Twan on the button, who would peel a fair amount that we dominate. Leo in the small. King Jack off. Just going to give Bixie credit for her open, and she'll be happy with that. Raise and take. Blinds increasing, going to take us into the 20k 40k level.
Lines are going up soon,
and we will play this 40 minutes, and that will take us to the next break. Be the second break, first break of the FT, sorry. Ian ace 8 suited opens to 80. Raise and take for him.
So we are top right, aren't we?
This is them stacks, Tower. It's just so congested. Anyone's game. If someone could potentially put a bit of leeway between themselves and the pack, real good opportunity to chip up quite healthily.
Final table, 888 high roller. We're on 7. So we're on 7, losing 2 in the first session of first level of the final table of the high roller. 888 Manchester, welcome along.
Been great so far.
It has.
Great turnout for the Voyager. I think a great turnout for this as well. 79 runners for a high roller. Terrific stuff. Ian opens under the gun, makes it 80. 2 BBs and a nice easy shove for Bixie on the button. Pocket 9s for 12. Should be going in. Leaves herself a chip back. It's going to be an awkward one for Ian E-Tower. Ace Queen suited would definitely go in with. Ace 10 off, probably fold. Ace Jack suited. Seems like right in that limbo area. Maybe the suited variety for 12. 7 max we go with. Maybe it's just in there. Let's see. Ian will be more clued up in this spot than myself and does announce all in. Bixie makes the call.
Off we go.
Off to the races.
Off we go. Bixie with the 9s and 12 big blinds. Ian Simpson, the 888 sponsored ambassador.
There's an ace.
Flops it. Ace 2, 3.
Not a single runner in sight other than the running chop. So gonna need a 9 on this turn on river for Bixie out.
That's a 7, so we're down to a 9 for the win. Well, Bixie is out in 7th. And it's not pairs the 3, so Ian Simpson taps the table and moves up to 2 mil. Bixie out finishes 7 for 3,150.
Yeah, nice run from Bixie.
Well done, Bixie. Great effort again. So consistent. So good. But we are down to 6.
What's happened, Tower? This is the first session of the FT. We're down to 6.
Unbelievable.
Where are they all going?
Where you going, people? Where you going?
And when we lose one more.
They all want to get home, you see, and they all want to get to the bar and watch Oxford half-time, full-time, and win
Oxford
both halves.
Stevenage, yeah.
That's
Think
it.
of all the people that are watching Oxford Stevenage. I bet BBC 4 has more viewers. No offence to people that watch BBC 4. I don't even know what's on BBC 4,
What
to be
about
fair.
the people who are living in Oxford and Stevenage that you've just dissed off? Oxford United tonight, 2-0.
To be fair, my brother and my sister both live in Stevenage, so...
Oh. A Laura love from Texas. Now we're doing Mans v Medium. Texas. I'd love to go to the AT&T Stadium. I really would. Like, I really would.
And the Stato with the ladies. And off of 27, only real avenue we got here is Cole Forbett Jam. don't mind this at all here though from Seb. Does go for the. I'm gonna go for basically all in. 2/3 of his stack. Does the same trick, but like the free bet from Seb, good to see him finding some bluffs using the king blocker suited against cut off. Will fold out some better hands. The ace highs, the better king highs.
Simon, are we coming to the Cops America games in Vegas this summer?
Copa America?
What's that? It's all Copa America, is it?
Oh, what is the Copa America on in Vegas?
When, Simon? When?
Do you know what?
When?
If you're not pulling my leg, Simon, I'm actually going to have a look at that. I'd love to go to a Copa America game.
Why are you googling Simon?
Is
Simon lying?
Do you know what it was? I was talking and typing, and as I said Simon, my brain just typed Simon, Tower. Literally, my brain just typed Simon when I was talking.
The Copa America in Vegas. Wow. Where is it and when is it?
21st of June it starts as well. Oh my word. We need to pick a game, Tower. Is there an Argentina-Brazil game anywhere?
It can't be. That was the semis, wouldn't it?
Group stage, won't it?
When are you there?
I haven't even booked it yet, but I'll probably be middle of June to middle of July.
28th of June at the Allegiant Stadium. That's the one across the road from Bellagio.
Is it?
Yeah. It's the NFL Stadium.
Oh,
Brazil, Paraguay.
I'm just going to come back to that. I'm a bit excited, but Ian's getting excited here because he has got Ace King. 3 bets to 290. Over to Ryan. Just going to let the Ace Jack off go. Nice fold from him. One thing I've just thought of though, Tower.
Right.
Imagine all the Brazilians and Argentinians and Colombians that travel to the WSOP.
And they're in Vegas.
And they're going to be in Vegas. They're probably going to be like hotcakes and tickets. Because you think of all the like the catchment for South Americans that come over to Vegas and play.
70,000.
It doesn't matter. Do you know how big Brazil is? Do you want to do a Tower Thinks population of Brazil?
There's a few.
That's the only thing. I think it might actually be a big problem to get tickets with a WSOP on. And
Simon might have. He might have
let
have some corporate tickets for
Hold
Tower
on,
and Jay.
I'll Google it quick, see if he does. So 30 minutes to go.
Oh.
Lots of tickets on Ticketmaster, says Simon. Are there many other 888 pros at Manchester? Yep, Easty and Josh Manley are here.
Both playing the main event today.
Yep, so we'll probably see Nick in the booth at about 9 o'clock. Quarter-final 1, 6 o'clock, Allegiant Stadium, Las Vegas. The thing is about that's a risk, ain't it, Simon? You buy a ticket to the quarter-final, knowing I'll get Venezuela versus Chile or something.
You'll be on the final table of a bracelet event.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope so. They'll get in the booth at some point, Ben. They always do. And look at this for Ian. Things going from good to great. We've now got the chip lead and we got the Cowboys. Stato opening from gun. Ian with the 3-bet. Easy fold. Easy fold for Ryan. Again, I have to fold Ace Jack again, unfortunately, and not get to see a flop, but has to get out of there over to Seb. Ace queen off here, tower. Maybe just let this one go as well. What is it? It's a gun open from Stato, 3-bet from Ian, repping a very strong range. Unless we think that Ian's getting well out of line, then maybe we could go for the 4-bet rip. I just think with the positions in question, maybe we just let the ace queen off go here. Let's see what Seb comes with. I wouldn't fault him if he did think about ripping here, tower. Going to use a time back. If he thinks that Ian Simpson is capable of getting out of line, and we know Ian is so out of line sometimes at the poker table, especially when he's got chips, can be a nuisance. And I guess that's why Seb has just elected to rip it in here, and he's going to get snapped off and hates the snap.
Yep. Kings against ace queen. You know what happens with kings?
Always an ace according to tower.
There we go.
So could the 888 pro gain a huge chip lead? This would put him up to just shy of 3 million. The camera's out.
Yeah, Ian for his story. Ian for the old story on social.
Clean as
no ace there.
Like the infamous double backdoor straight draw though. Backdoor Broadway and Will. As well as an ace.
Whoa.
And there is the backdoor Broadway. So now won't want to make top set. Ian Simpson just fading aces and kings.
Imagine hitting a set on the river. Aces or kings needed, or Seb is through the door. It's a 9.
Through the door?
Through the door. He's off through the door.
Would he not be out the door?
He's through the door.
Did he not come through the door this morning?
Oh, he's going through the door this evening. He's off.
I've never heard that one.
Seb, sixth, £4,055. Well played, Seb.
Well done, Seb.
Good effort.
Seb Crane. And that's going to leave us with 5, so 25 minutes to go for the session. When we come back, we'll have a reduced clock and be at 30 minutes from here on out.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ian Simpson doing well in another 888.
Now, as I said, can be an absolute nuisance when he's got chips, Ian Simpson, and now he has got chips, so do expect some aggression in a lot of scenarios. Opens the king 10 off here. This one seems fairly standard anyway, making it 80 to go. Leo 6-5 of clubs in the cut-off, can't do anything with this, that's into the muck. And the Stato with the 4s in the big should be calling.
A 6, 7, 8 flop.
So Stato still in front with the 4s. Flops a dummy and gut up to go with his pair. Ian does have 10 of spades in hand here, so it may choose to see bet with the king 10. Like a board that on first glance does look favourable for Stato in the big blind, but when we have this substantial chip lead and the rest of the stacks are so condensed now, 5-handed, like we do get to put a lot more c-bets in, get to do a lot more betting. And Stato with the 4s just going to choose to fold. Understands the job at hand. Look at this. They're basically identical. Stato, Tuan, Leo and Ryan, almost identical chip stacks, and Ian Simpson is going to be loving that because he should just get to have a field day now.
Stato with a Jack 10. Raise to 800.
So just going to apply the pressure.
3-bet from Stato.
Yeah, very nice. Like, we get to do this versus these stacks as Stato because we're all just identical almost. No one wants to bust, no one wants to call off, so it's so much better to just be the player asking the question and putting the chips over the line. Put the option back on your opponent who has to call it extremely tight. Nice move there from Andrew Hume.
Stato.
We're going to be going on break in 20 minutes time. Can't believe we've lost 4 already. First 2 hours of the final table, 4 have exited.
When's the break?
The break is in 20 minutes, Tao.
20 minutes.
10-7 suited for Twan. Not going to be folding this. Do expect to see defend from this man. How are we doing, Ian Edelman on YouTube? Hi chaps, hope all is well. Is this the final 5? So looking forward to Towers treble and Jay's horse tips tomorrow. Lol. There'll be no horse tips tomorrow, mate. I've got a new specialty. It's called 2 balls on the golf. I'm 3 for 3. And there's the defend from Twan. Flops a dummy and gutter. Nothing really going on here for Leo, so probably one that do want to be checking back. Can't just relentlessly c-bet every board as the opener. All about selection, and this hand one that not really doing too much work, so just going to check behind and head to the Queen of Spades turn. Twan turns an up and down straight draw here. May think about putting on his leading shoes after turning some equity, and does exactly that. Goes for 2/3 pot. Leo straight out of there. I can't believe people actually look forward to your treble. Like, I look forward to an holiday or Christmas or my birthday. who wakes up and goes, oh, it's Saturday tomorrow, Towers treble. I can't wait.
A lot of people looking forward to it. You do some proper studying tonight. Do you know what could happen tomorrow?
Go on.
Rotherham United could win at 5-1 tomorrow.
That won't happen. Why? Because they got a new manager. All
yeah,
that.
And they're at home. And they're playing rubbish Birmingham, who are 4th bottom. They could actually win tomorrow. Rotherham United at home tomorrow at 5-1. New manager against Birmingham City, 4th bottom. Could be in, I'm telling you. Could be it. Could be the start of things to come. If they don't win, it'll be like, why have they fetched him back? Ace 10 for Ryan raises to 80 with the blind at 40. Flop time, 9, Queen, 6, whiffs both. Ryan with the original raise. Oh, we want to see bet.
Leo with the up and down straight draw here. Not going to be going anywhere.
Nope. Always a check call.
Yep, spot on tower. And just reason being at this stack that, well, he's going to go for the small check raise. Wow.
Oh, makes it 225.
I'm surprised at this from Leo Tower, because it's just horrific if we get ripped on. Maybe thinking that Ryan's not going to play any jams in the form of a free bet, but it's just, as I say, all these five be a lot more clued up than me, but just looking at it logically, I think these hands perform a lot better once we get like 30-40 effective, simply because then we can do some raising, because it's just horrible with Leo raises there, makes it 3x, Ryan jams, we then just have to fold Jack 10 when we could have taken a 4-1 price to try and snag an 8 out to the nuts. That does get the best hand to fold, so nicely done from Leo nonetheless.
And Ian Needleman says you've got to do something tomorrow because it's the Scottish Grand National.
Oh, is it?
There you go. Must be air racing tomorrow, the Scottish Grand National.
Stato under the gun makes it 80k. Ian out the way with 6-7 suited. Over to Leo. Deuces in the big for Ryan. Do just expect call. And off to the streets. A lovely looking flop for the Stato, top and bottom. Ryan does have deuce of diamonds, so he's going to take one off. Maybe some ideas of getting Fruity down the streets. Awful turn to see for Stato with 6 of hearts. And I guess we will have some leads as Ryan here on this 6. Don't think deuces will be one that we want to lead though, but in terms of range, I guess we will have some leads on this turn middling card when Stato opening under the gun. Not going to have any 6x. Ace-6 suited, probably the only 6x that Stato going to rock up with here, tower. Not going to open King-6 suited, not going to open 6-7 suited, so Ryan just going to go for the lead here. I guess one of the functions of this lead as well, we do get folds from all the Jack-10, the King-Queen, the King-Jack, stuff that's still going to have a healthy 12 outs versus us with the live cards and the counterfeit outs. So I guess one of the functions of this lead for Ryan with deuces specifically, and Stato with an ace not going anywhere, clear call with position.
River. There's an 8 of hearts. Stato with the ace.
And now is Ryan wanting to unload here and turn deuces into a bluff. Does he think he can get Stato to fold an ace here, Tao? That is the question. Do we think that Stato would be folding ace-x here if we elected to run it, repping a 6 from the big, but shuts down, and probably going to be check here from Stato as well, tower, with ICM not getting called by anything worse, so checks it back, and we'll take it with the ace-3.
Ace is good. Stato up to 1.7 milli. Ryan on 6, 25 and 15 big blinds. Ace 4 for Twan. Raising up. Makes it 80. Was it 85? 85.
I've got a question about the Scottish Grand National.
Okay.
When they're commentating on it, do they use the Scottish slang? And he's got an head like a scalped arse over the first. Round the roundabout comes lost your mouth. Then I'd watch it.
Brilliant.
If you're enjoying the coverage, guys, make sure wherever you're watching, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, you hit the follow button, you hit the subscribe button. It takes 2 seconds to do. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can give the stream a thumbs up as well. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. Make sure to follow 888 Poker TV on Twitch, and you can also set notifications on, so every time we go live, you will be made aware. Yes, Little Men Shorts, we are over on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. Not just YouTube. No, this will be it tonight. I still think this is going to finish 10:30.
Yeah.
What I called this morning. Just because we got 5 left. Still deep between these 5 players.
Absolutely, 4 great players, 5 great players as well. Yeah, Loudy.
Get loudy, says Piano Cat.
You're trying to work out what that means.
Is it like, we're talking about the Grand National, is it like giddy up horsey, giddy loudy?
No, it must be give it.
Give it. Get. I'm not even bothering with that. You win, Piano Cat, well done. Not even going to attempt to read what you just said. Twan is all in with the ace 10.
That was a funny section in Edinburgh last week.
Wow. Look at this from Ian. Went for a 6x here. Blind on blind tower. Is this right? Did he go for 240? He did. So Ian Simpson went for the 6x open, blind on blind. Unorthodox. And Twan straight in with the jam for 32. Sorry, it's 35 at 40k big blind. And Ian not going to be able to call. So 6x to fold. Surprised he didn't just go for like a 3.5, even 4x. Went meaty and punished. Awa and bile ye heed. Awa and bile ye heed. Whatever that means. We're not in Scotland no more. We don't have to do this. This was last week.
Oh, dear. Heading towards the break.
Haggish says Ian's been in the node lock Sims, baby. What was that, Haggish? What kind of sorcery was that from Ian Simpson? Care to explain? Is he just accounting for his customer in Twan?
That's over the ace queen under the gun, makes it 80. Ace 8 for Leo out the way. Ryan with 13 bigs.
Yeah, outright short stack now, Tower. Not much, no one really too close to us.
Well, if this comes queen high, this could be curtains. Oh, this is curtains.
What is this flop? Like, Ryan's just loving life here. He's thinking, yes, have a pocket pair, Stato, catch something on the turn. We're going to get our double up. The coldest of flops. Both players with the lady. 1 BB from Stato, as expected. And Ryan with the Queen Jack do just expect to see call tower. Want to keep all this ace high stuff in that's drawing nigh on dead in terms of equity.
So he does. Well, he raises to 100.
He is going to go for the small check raise here.
He is raised to 100. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
Yeah, there's no way that Ryan don't go broke here, Tower.
No, not at all.
It's
unless the jack comes.
Or a deuce.
Yeah, deuce to chop.
Or another queen.
If another queen comes, we're shutting down the stream, let me tell you.
And 7 on the turn, complete rainbow board now, 420 in the middle. Still would like to see this over 2 streets from Ryan, Tower. It's just the driest of boards. I know we got just under pot, but I think want to try and get this over 2 streets as Ryan. Maybe like third here. It goes quarter, 100k again.
That's 80,000.
80 goes down. Look at the downsize on the turn. 20% are here. And expect Stato to still just be calling here, Tower. It's a situation that once Ryan check raises flop and fires this turn now as well, like he's trying to say that he's got a queen. Maybe he might do this with some suited deuce X to flush out equity as well. But Stato still gets to dictate the action on the river with position. So just always call in, keep some bluffs in of Ryan if there are any there on this dry texture. And 6 of clubs river. And just going to be an all-in and a bohemian snapsody.
And the bohemian snapsody.
I came up with that myself, Tower. That's not recycled. And there's the all-in from Ryan. There's the snap from Stato. And Ryan going to see the coldest of cold decks for him.
Very, very unlucky. Well done, Ryan. Ryan Plant finishing in 5th. Roses. What a flop.
Yeah.
5,400 for Ryan. Well done. We're down to 4 and we're down to 2.5 minutes.
Only a 15-minute break. All that's needed. Back at 20 past 8, and what a final we've had so far, guys. Down to 4 now, losing 5 in the first session on this structure when the stacks are as deep as they are. Stato now up to second in chips. Nice bit of breathing space between him and Twan and Leo as well. And going to be the last hand of the session. Twan takes an early break.
Off he goes. Are we on the last hand?
Yeah, Twan's gone for a wonder, so I'm assuming that this will be the last hand. We are going to be going to a turn. Should be a check call here from Stato with middle pair. Ian's got a nice little continue candidate here. Nice combo of A7 to have. Oh, maybe it's not break. Twan on the water run. Water boy. Interesting turn. Does bring in the flush draw now for Ian with the 7. But not really the most appetizing card to be barreling on here, Tower. Stato's still going to have like the king deuce suited upwards. Will defend like king 9 off upwards, so going to have more king X than us, and will also have more flushes defending from the big blind, going to defend any suited 2 cards. So seems like one that may do some checking on here as Ian Simpson, but very aggressive this man, and you never know what he's going to be doing. And here we go, does just fire here, targeting some 5x, targeting some 4x, targeting some stuff like pocket 6s, pocket 7s, and just puts the 5s and 4s of Stato right into the mud, and difficult to continue without a heart here as Stato Stato just out of there, and that should be a 15-minute break, guys. Yes, it is. Clock's running down top right. We will be back at 20 past 8 with another session at the final table.
Left.
See you soon.
It was a very unlucky draw.
I sit down, and they announce, the shuffle up and deal. I get the big blind. I think I made some like corny joke about so unlucky, whatever it was, just to see how loose my table was, to see how friendly everybody was. Didn't get a great reaction, but whatever.
Dinner break, there is a lot of people, this is crazy. I'm currently with 102,000 chips, so doing pretty good.
First 4 hours of playing, I didn't win any pots. That got me pretty nervous. I was thinking to myself, no, this is not happening, man. Then I actually had a set of 8s, which is iconic because I had 888. That's when I won my first pot. It wasn't a big pot, but I felt like, okay, so now let's get this going.
First level was very bad. I lost half of my stack already, but I'm going back to second level and just play my game, make good decisions. I just want to keep fighting, so let's go. I managed to get back to starting stack again from 70 to 100. And I was feeling like the chip leader because my start was so brutal. And then things started going south again.
My day 1 was a roller coaster. I lost a lot of chips, then it was back to starting stack, then it was down again, back and forth the whole day. Then I changed tables on the last level of the night, got in good with all my remaining chips, and lost.
It's the first time I bust on day 1. Of course, I made mistakes, but in the most important parts was just like, yeah, things didn't go that well. I had expectations, and when we have expectations and we don't meet them, we kind of feel frustrated.
After playing good poker, making good decisions, busting the main event on day 1, it doesn't affect me too much.
If you focus on the things you can control, I think you get at least more resistant to this kind of stuff.
Losing, busting tournaments, having losing sessions and streaks are part of the game. You gotta keep your expectations low. You need to hope for the best, but you shouldn't be dreaming with the bracelet yet.
I ended up bagging with 86,500.
I managed to finish day 1 with around 104, I think. So yeah, 888 got me going.
I bagged 79.8K in the main event going on to day 2. But did you know I'm actually a 2-bag boy? Because I have Earls of Sandwich. Gonna eat this sandwich? Because that's what winners do.
100K in a dream.
We'll see how Saturday goes.
So tomorrow, day off to rest, and then I'll be back on Saturday with a lot of power to make it to day 3.
Mystery bounty tournaments are a new sensation that combine the best of bounty tournaments with the surprise factor of not knowing the bounties ahead of time. This exciting new format is a lot of fun to play, but there are a few things you need to know if you want to maximize your chances of a big payday. I am Vivian Saliba, Poker Pro and 888 Poker Ambassador. Here are 5 tips to help you adjust to mystery bounty tournaments. Preserve your stack. Stack preservation is very important in mystery bounty tournaments. The prize pool is divided in 2, with half going to the general prize pool and the other half to the bounties. For this reason, having a wealthy stack when the bounties kick in can generate a lot of value. You might want to approach some spots in a more conservative way, when close to the bounty stage, in order to preserve your stack. A big stack lets you cover most of the other players, and with that comes the chance to eliminate them and win the mystery bounty prize. You may also want to avoid battling other big stacks and don't make marginally profitable plays that can compromise a big chunk of your chips. You can also exclude the bottom of your range when calling all-ins or even jamming yourself. Categorize your opponents. Being able to categorize your opponents is key in mystery bounty tournaments. 888 Poker has an extensive mystery bounty tournaments offering every single day. After playing many of these, I realized that most players in these tournaments will play very aggressively and looser than in other traditional tournaments, probably because they want to build a big stack. I recommend that you bet bigger and more often with your value hands than you normally would. If you're seeing that your opponents are playing very loose, you're going to want to bluff a little bit less often. Focus on making chips with your big hands. Adjust to different stages of the tournament. Understanding the stages of mystery bounty tournaments is key to doing well in them. You have to adjust or you will struggle to really succeed. Once the bounties kick in, your fold equity will be smaller as players are incentivized to call all-ins in order to win a bounty. You will often see players calling you down with hands they never would in other tournaments. For this reason, I would go all-in with a tighter range than I usually would in traditional tournaments. Cut out some suited connectors and instead give priority to high cards and pairs. Pay attention to the remaining bounties. When you're playing a mystery bounty tournament, keep your eyes on the bounty list, as you need to know which bounties are still up for grabs. The average value of a bounty will vary according to those that are still available. Let's say all the major bounties are already gone. In this situation, the chips will probably have a higher value than a bounty. But if all the big bounties are still in, and there aren't so many players left, it's likely the bounty value will be higher than the chips. So don't focus too much on making a pay jump. Knowing which has more value, the bounty or the chips in play, will help you adjust and aim for the biggest payday. Don't forget about the prize pool. Don't forget, when you're playing mystery bounty tournaments, they do still have a prize pool. It's not always just about winning the bounty in a hand. Don't overvalue knocking out an opponent just for the bounty. I've seen so many blunders from people compromising their entire stack just to win a bounty and forgetting about the general prize pool. Most of the times, you still will need a strong hand to call all-ins. Don't just gamble for the sake of it. You have to evaluate risk and reward. If you bust out with a bad hand trying to take a bounty, you miss out on the rest of the tournament. Mystery bounty events are incredibly fun and can add a new layer of excitement to the game. And don't forget, always play responsibly.
You've probably heard that aggression is important in poker, but do you know when and how to play aggressively? My name is Alexandre Mantovani, also known as Cavalito, and today I'm going to share 5 tips to help you introduce more aggression into your poker game. Identify which boards are better for your range. When we raise and get called, there are some boards we can be very aggressive on. Let's assume that we open raise from early position and get called by the big blind. Any board that has 1 or more high cards, jack or higher, is usually a good board for us, and in the vast majority of them, we can bet our entire range.
Picture a king-queen deuce rainbow flop, for example. We have a lot of very strong hands in our range that our opponent simply does not have. We can have kings, queens, aces, and ace-king, which probably all of them our opponent would 3-bet pre-flop. So even if we have a part of our range that doesn't connect with this board, like ace-8 suited for example, we can still bet, and our opponent will have a hard time with a lot of hands they have, even folding better hands than ours, like pocket nines for example. Explore capped ranges. Another opportunity to be more aggressive is when your opponents have capped ranges. This time we open from the hijack and our opponent defends the big blind. We see a jack-10-5 flush draw flop and our opponent just calls our continuation bet. It's very likely that with this more connected board texture, our opponent would raise their strong hands aggressively, because a lot of scary cards can come out on the turn. Basically, any card from the 7 to the ace and any heart would make it pretty unlikely for our opponent to just have called us with a hand like ace-jack. That means that if the turn is a blank, we can play very aggressively, since our opponent is going to have at most a weaker jack-x type of hand, but usually a 10x or worse, and they're going to have a hard time calling down. Identifying these scenarios will increase your aggression naturally and will turn you into a very hard opponent to play against. Size matters. Being smart about the size of our bets is another way to add aggression to your poker game, as your bet sizes will have a direct impact on your opponent's continuing range. If you're playing against the big blind on a 9-5-3 flop and you bet one big blind, your opponent is going to continue with any piece of the board. On the other hand, if you bet full pot with this texture, our opponent is definitely going to fold most of their 3x, 5x, and weak straight draws. Your bet sizing will also have a big impact on how the hand is going to be played on future streets. If you bet one big blind on the flop and the turn is a 3, you should be somewhat careful because your opponent is going to have this card in their range more often. However, if you bet full pot on the flop and the turn is a 3, you can keep betting your best hands for value and be less concerned that your opponent has hit that card. Think about which part of the range you're targeting. With all of the poker training software out there these days, sometimes people forget that poker is a game of people and logic, and sound logic sometimes gets very similar results as software does. Let's go back to Jack-10-5 flush draw. Turn 6, river king, and we have a hand like king-queen suited. We know our opponent has gotten to the river with a weak jack most of the time, so we can still extract value from these hands with a not so large bet, like half pot. In the same context, we are going to have some bluffs like queen-8 suited, and some value hands like ace-queen or queen-9, and these hands benefit from very large bets. Queen-8 to make the opponent fold their weak jack-x, and ace-queen, queen-9 to make the opponent call with king-queen or king-10 that they might have connected. Knowing which part of your opponent's range you're targeting will help you choose when to turn up the aggression. Know when to shut down. Even though the video is about aggression, it is important to remember that sometimes you have to just shut down. Aggression increases your profitability when now executed in the right spots, but sometimes we just have to shut down or we're going to
5-minute hug from me. All I got for you. All I got for you.
It has, I know, I'm not planning on keeping it, so I'm just going to put it back afterwards, but just a bit cold. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
There's the stacks. Ian 3 mil, Stato 2 mil, Twanley 1.6, and Leo Worthington Lease on 1.3. Who wins from here? Play to continue. Yogi Boss, how we doing? The old Yogi Boss. How's things? Live streaming of the 888 high roller. We're down to 4. Clock's on 30 minutes. Off we go. First hand in. Stato with the ace queen, Ian with the 10-8, 4 players left.
Big chip lead for Ian. Great spot to be in. How we doing, Rafa Poker? Hey guys, how do you know the pass for the free roll championships for today? We don't. 88 Poker TV, they might be able to help you out, but we haven't got any password our side. So Ian goes for raise to 175 here. Stato getting exactly what he wanted, but does become very awkward here for Stato, because disastrous for us to bust when we're sitting comfortably in second in chips. Happy to do exactly this, where Ian going to be getting after it as the chip leader, and does take that one down. So Stato up to 2.3, closes the gap on Ian. Queen 8 of diamonds for Stato on the button. He will open. Raise and take. Yeah, I think so as well. Haggish says, I think Ian 6X was defo player dependent back there.
Stato with the 6-3, another gun gets out of the way. Ian 2.7 mil.
King on the button as chip leader opens. Leo defends with the Jack-9, top pair versus bottom, dummy and gutter to go along with Leo's bottom pair. An interesting one for Ian, because we'll need some top pair checkbacks. This seems like a nice one with a low down kicker and a heart. But then with the chip lead, we are supposed to just be doing a lot of betting. So it looks like he's going to go for the bet with his top pair.
Jack, Queen, King, flop, bet of 80 and a call. Both it in a piece. Ian got the best of it at the moment.
Yeah, and turn that Ian may decide to check here, tower. Horrible spot if we get check jammed on, and as well as that, our hand not going to be able to get 3 streets of value, not strong enough, and probably a 2-street hand. So maybe one that we could check back turn, go for value on clean rivers, but is just going to go for the value right off the bat here with the King 6, assuming going to be seeing check back if we got to the river on most rivers, but now very difficult for Leo to continue here with the Jack 9. Does get out the way. For Ian under the gun. Put that chip lead to work. Opens to 100. 4-5 off 4. Stato in the big. Just going to let the chip leader have this one. Raise and take for Ian Simpson. Queen 10 for Tuan. Sitting 3 or 4. Looks like it's going to open. Makes it 100k. Over to Ian Simpson in the big blind. 10-6 of hearts, one that should be coming to the party. There's the defend. So heads up between Tuan and Ian to the flop. Quick check on the King at 7-7 to the Jack of Hearts turn here. So Tuan picking up and down, Ian picking up flush draw. Interesting one for Ian here, whether to go for some leads. Looks like he is going to. I may be a bit suspicious of Tuan's check back on King 7-7, a board that expect high frequency c-bet. Goes for 1-7-5. Tuan never going anywhere. Queen of clubs in hand as well. Potential to bluff club rivers if check to. Should just be cool. Off to the river. I want to see a brick. What would happen on a brick? Would Ian continue firing? Oh, Queen of Hearts on the end. Backdoor flush for Ian Simpson, and Tuan now catches second pair. And Ian never checking here. Just going to be going for value. And then over to Tuan, who's going to be in a tough spot because Ian will still get to value bet his King X here tower, in my opinion. Once flop goes check, check, even if Ian defended King Deuce suited, we're now chopping with all other King X with the Queen playing, other than Ace King. So I think even the Kings do get to go for value here. Can obviously have some sevens. He led turn, so backdoor flush is a possibility as well. It's a tricky one here for Tuan on the river. Obviously got to think about what hands Ian would do this with as a bluff. Front door clubs is something we do beat. A hand like 8-9, but there's not actually too much out there.
Does it look like the worst river card for him with the Queen?
Yeah.
Because he's like, I've hit, so I've just got a call. But
it's not that he hasn't just got a call out. He could fold here for sure, Tuan.
I'm ready towards folding.
Just because simply here, Ian gets the value bet a king, he gets the value bet a 7, he gets the value bet his backdoor flushes, which he has. Yeah, good fold.
Good fold. Good fold, Tuan, mate.
Blind on blind, Ian. Are we going to see the 6x this time, Tower, or is he back to standard approach? He's back to the standard approach. Goes for the 3x blind on blind. Makes it 150. King 3 suited for Tuan. Seems like one that just always defends with position. But you never know with Tuan. Mr. Unpredictable. An intriguing flop. We've got gut shot, backdoor nut spades for Tuan, and we've got second pair for Ian here, and I think one that's just happy to bet as Ian. On the ace high board, good for range as the opener. Not only that, good to bet our actual hand here. Hands like 7-8, Jack 10, Jack 8 off, just getting these hands to fold when we're out of positions, a win in itself. Flushing out equity at 2 overcards twice. Tuan does get in the mix with his wheel draw and backdoor flush draw as expected. And Ian turns flush draw now to go with his pair of fours. Maybe one where we will do some checking now once we do pick up some insurance in the backdoor flush draw. Tuan can still plausibly have some ace-x that didn't elect to jam pre. And maybe Ian thinks that his 4 is going to be best enough at the time to send in another street, but I think once we pick up the flush draw tower and against Tuan, it's a nice one to check. We can just check call comfortably, and Ian does take that approach because this is a man that likes to bluff when check 2. When he senses weakness, he pounces on it, and I think Ian is aware of that. So our hand, a very nice check call here on the turn, and Tuan actually got one that probably wants to check back tower. King high is still good enough to show down blind on blind. Ian's going to be super wide as the chip leader, but Tuan just
he's not checking back,
doing Tuan things, putting chips in without the goods. 180k clear call for Ian Simpson. Off to the river, big river coming up. Like to see a brick. Don't make it easy for Ian if he gets it. Oh, it's just too easy.
Just make it 2 pair on the river.
It's too easy for him. Put the offsuit 8 out there and then see how easy it's to call with a 4 when Tuan gets after it. So just playing check here, Ian, checking over to Tuan, the aggressor on the turn, playing in flow, and then it's over to Tuan whether he decides to bluff at this one or not. And if he does bluff, never working here.
Whatever. Nay, never.
So there's the bet from Tuan. And now Ian with the snap. Tuan taps the table, says nice call. Ian wants to see. King 3 suited, 9-4 of clubs for Ian. Nice 9 on the river to make it easy for him. I wanted to see the offsuit 8, the offsuit 10.
Yep.
Something that put him in the blender, not the snap call.
Aye. Lee Oldwinkle. Oxford both arms, you said tower. Yes, that's the bet. How are they doing? I don't even know. I've no idea. How are they doing? They must be winning 3-0. They have to be. Oh.
They're 1-0 down.
Well, Stevenage can have their manager back. We don't want him.
King on the button for Ian. Opens to 100k, ace 9 off here for Leo. Interesting one for Leo because he'll know that this hand is way ahead of the button opening range of Ian. But we got Tuan sat there now with just 7 BBs. Maybe if Tuan didn't just lose that pot, could have been some argument for jam, but now Leo just taking this approach and playing flat, and once again Ian flops best, this time in the form of top pair.
Why is Oxford versus Stevenage on TV anyway? What's the reasoning for it?
Don't know. Speak to whoever sorts the schedule out.
It's hardly as if it's a big game, is it? Oxford versus Stevenage.
Might be for them.
Well, Oxford are like 6th and trying to get into playoffs. But obviously CAC, because they're 1-0 down against Stevenage, who were even worse. Yeah, Tower's Treble tomorrow would be a cracker. Yeah, I was just wondering when somebody said that Oxford versus Stevenage was on the TV, I just wanted to know why, that's all. What's the reasoning for it? Usually put a TV game on for a reason. Plays all in, says Tuan Lee, and a call from Ian with the 6s. We could be 3-handed.
Looking likely.
Not now.
Not now. So Tuan just fading the K6, and it's not in there, so Tuan cannot leave the tournament tower. It's just a 9 to chop. Not that Ian knows that, but whoa! There it is. Chop it up.
We're gonna chop it up. Don't you know we'll chop it up?
Odin Bohr, good evening to you. This is the final four of the high roller. This is 24k up top for the eventual winner. Yeah, Ian is smashing it. Playing well, running well, force to be reckoned with.
Trying to get his third title of the 888 since we've been there. The big shot last year in London, 18,000 for first. The Dragon first for 21k. When somebody came online and says, obviously live poker's rigged because how can a sponsor pro win their own event? So obviously it was all rigged, his live poker. They all wanted
Who
to
said
win it.
that?
Somebody in the chat. And now he's trying for his third 888 title while we've been here.
It's all rigged, Haggis. Same players at the final table all the time. Same faces winning trophies all the time. It's all a fix. Ian sends the fives in from the button. King 9 off for Tuan. Just let this go, sir. We're going to have another two hands to find our spot. Still have fold equity with 8 BBs. Prefer to fold to us on the button jam and have an opportunity to pick up lines and ante without having to go to showdown. I think this would be a misstep if Tuan wanted to spin the wheel here, Tower. I know it's easy to just throw it in when we've only got 8 bigs. We've lost a lot of our stack, but we're going to get a better spot for sure. I'm a bit worried that the way he's pondering here, that this might be thrown in the middle. Does let it go. Snap from Leo, and Leo with ace queen, so big flip incoming here, and could be a ladder for Tuan. Leo with his 15 big snaps it off, and Ian with the fives. Here we go.
Queen for Leo.
So 5 needed for Ian.
Yeah.
No runners.
Ian's going to lose one.
It's not over yet, Tower. There's 1-5 in the deck.
And you see the 4.
So next thought for Ian. So Leo will double up to 1.6 milli.
Got his 888 hoodie on. He's drove the poker down tonight. I don't know, Stevie Diamond. How are we doing, Diamondo? Shabba.
Huge hand for Tuan on the button for 8 bigs. Very close one for Stato here for a suited king, especially against Tuan, who's probably happily sending 6-5 suited and stuff like that, and Stato does call it off with a king 6 of spades. Does have 2 live cards.
All in and a call announced.
So will Tuan start the spin? Or are we going to be set with the final 3 in the high roll-up into the flop? Yeah, really nice start for Twan.
Absolutely. 10, 5, 10.
Just the
Ace
running,
queen good.
just the running spades for runners. Just fading a king or a 6.
Oh, that's all right. Fade a king or a 6. We get a double. Oh, the river rat again.
On the end.
Twan Lee.
Stato finds it up to 2.7 milli. Twan Lee out in full for £7,280.
Well played, sir. Yet again. Good to watch you.
We got some deep stack 3-handed poker.
Ian was chip leader last night. 1 bullet. They call him 1 bullet Simpson.
Do they?
They do. That's exactly what they call him. They call him 1 bullet Simpson.
Just having a little browse through Stato's Hendon Mob Tower, and
Aye.
we're only in April, but this is his 5th high roll-up final table on stream this year.
Heads up in Blackpool.
Heads up in Blackpool.
3rd in the main event in Blackpool.
That is correct. 3rd in the main in Blackpool as well. Spot on, Tower. You remember these things, but just always seems to get here one way or another. Does Andy Hume. So Leo going to go for this polarised raise off of 30. Nice stack size to do it with. One of our best and worst hands, and going to use the 10-3 here, and Ian comes in with the call with the ace-8. Not much going on here for either, but do expect c-bet from Leo here with the 10-3. Backdoor straight draw both ends, and should be a check call from Ian. Ace-8 high should be calling once. Taking some turns in a blind on blind situation. Does come with call.
2 of clubs on the turn.
Oh, decision point for Leo here, Tower, with the 10-3. Whether to think about continue barreling here. Knows that Ian will call a lot of hands. The ace highs, some king highs, stuff like 8-9, 8-10, 10-9 to 1 bet, and looks like gonna go for the second barrel here as Leo Worthington leads. Now, decision point for Ian. It's not an insta fold here, Tower, because we're blind on blind. Leo going for a second barrel, and like he will have raises pre that are going to be polar, so we'll have a lot of this trash stuff that's just completely whiffed out on the board, and we'll also have his stronger hands, his aces, his kings, his queens, this type of stuff. So Ian is going to take another street off here. Very good instincts here from Ian Simpson with ace-8 high. think it's fairly close on the turn tower, but Ian's spot on against Leo's actual holding. And King of Clubs river. And has Leo got one more barrel in the locker? That is the big question here, because if he does, it should be working. But it's so difficult on this particular river, because like Ian's going to call like his Jack 10 of clubs, his 8-9 of clubs, his like Ace X of clubs, these type of hands, backdoor flush draw on the flop that would complete and get there in the form of a flush. So it's a very hard river to barrel on here for Leo Tower. Doesn't seem like the best choice. We'll see what Leo comes with here. It would be working if he can find it, but can he find it? Knuckles it back, and the ace-8 high is good for Ian Simpson. Big pot, that tower, big swing.
Leo down to 8-9 with the blinds at 50.
Who's your pick, guys?
Who is it?
888 Pro, Ian Simpson, Stato, higher roller regular. I think this will shoot him to the top of the league. Or Leo Worthington Lee's short stack now, but UK regular. Has had success on the European circuit as well. Plenty of online earnings. 3 top quality players we are left with. So Leo just with the send, nicely done with the Queen Jack over the button open, gets it through, back up to 1.1. But you struggle to find a tougher free-handed, I'll tell you that. You've got 3 players that I would definitely regard as some of the best in UK poker. All fighting for this high roller title.
Yep. Adam, your half-time, full-time one.
Your half-time, full-time?
Yes.
I don't know.
Oxford United.
Were they winning?
Half-time, full-time.
Were they winning at half-time?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not following the football tower.
I don't know. Massive today for Oxford United.
I don't follow the pizza leagues.
There's no need for that. And now the pizza leagues can't play Tottenham at their home ground if they draw at Tottenham's ground anymore.
Yeah, but
because FA's ruined football.
But if they draw at their ground, they get to play Tottenham at their ground. Like, what are you talking about anyway? Like you'd ever draw at the Spurs' ground. Rotherham.
Yeah, because you put 9, you make 11 changes and we'd draw.
Oxford are 1-0 down at half-time, Tower. How's your half-time, full-time looking? Any good? Your banker of today?
To win both halves was pretty big at 9-2, I thought.
How dare you, Jay? Does the championship count as the Peach League? Actually, it doesn't. You don't get in the Papa John's trophy, do you? No. Championship's
We will
fine.
next year.
Championship's fine, John Glenn. You lot are all right.
We will next year. We'll be on it next year. The old pizza hunt next year. Oh, it's not pizza hunt now. You win cars now.
Oh.
It's the Bristol Street Motors Championship World Cup final.
Oh.
That's what it is.
No Dairy Lee Dunker Cup. The Dairy Lee Dunker Cup, that was one.
That was the best shout ever. Yeah, no, Portsmouth. Portsmouth in the championship next year. Good luck to Portsmouth.
Yeah, free-handed now, so 6-5 suited here for Ian. Wouldn't be surprised if he did continue, and going to go for the continue in the form of a 3-bet. That's the chip leader, spicing things up. And back on Stato here with a suited king facing the 3x with position. Interesting one for Stato. Probably just leans towards fold tower, like the king 9 suited plus probably going to come along here free-handed when we got the straight draw in there as well. King deuce suited just a bit too disconnected, does get out of the way, and well played in. Simpson gets it through with 6 high. The guy is tuned in for sure, calling 2 streets correctly with ace high, winning a nice one. Now getting that 3-bet bluff through with the 6 high pre. That it's not fair. I honestly think if you're chip leader and you get dealt aces or kings, you have to fold. You just have to fold. It's not fair. It shouldn't be allowed.
Maybe that's how he's got to be chip leader.
It's such a surprise as well when you're playing poker and you just suddenly look down your PL aces, you're like, oh, lovely. You're never expecting them when they come. So what about this for Action Tower? Ian with the boots and Stato with the up and down and backdoor club draw to go alongside it. Check call for Stato.
60 diamonds turn.
So 7-8 gets there, but don't get any leads free-handed here as Stato because Ian's still going to open. If not the best,
He should have been sent off last week.
it'll be one of the best.